Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Seminar of Sport and Exercise Science, the Path of Society 5.0 on Sports Science. My name is Yusuf, and it's an honor for me to be the master ceremony of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda is about to start. Please be seated. All right, now we're going to proceed to our first agenda, which is singing along our national anthem of Indonesia Raya, along with Mars Unesa and Mars Patriot. For the person who are in charge, time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise? Please stand up. For the second is Mars Unesa. And the last but not least, Mars Patriot.
Kami ini patriot olahraga, mengabdi berkarya untuk nusa bangsa dalam meraih cita-cita. Kami patriot, kami ini patriot olahraga, gigi dalam berjuang di medan laga, berbakti untuk Indonesia. Kesetiaan adalah kebanggaanku, disiplin satu-satu Wijayaannya sang merah putih, kehormatan adalah segalanya. Gemetar tulang mendidih darahku, semangat berapi membakar batinku. Tuhan adalah kekuatanku, setiap ku hadapi lawanku. Kami patriot, kami patriot, kami ini patriot olahraga. Biar mata dunia memandang Indonesia, kita dahsyat dan perkasa. Biar mata dunia memandang Indonesia, kita dahsyat dan perkasa. Kami patriot.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. You can go back to your seat. And now, before we move to our agenda in today's meeting, we're going to welcome a very special performance from Indonesia Traditional Martial Arts and followed by Kempo Sorinji from Japan. For the performers, time is yours. Give applause for the first performer. Thank you so much. So, what a wonderful performance from the first performance. Now, we're going to continue to the second performance, which is about Sorinji Kempo from Japan. The performance time is yours. All right, give applause for the last performance, everyone. Okay, now we're going to proceed to our first agenda, which is hearing a report speech from Mr. Lutfi Abdul Kudus, SPD MBD, as the Chief of Organizing Committee. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who gave us His grace to carry out this activity. Because of His grace, we can see this opening ceremony in good health. I would also like to thank Profesor Nur Hasan MKes, Rektor Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Dwi Cahyo Kartiko MKes, Dean of the Faculty of Sport, Science and Health, Professor Yukio Urabe, PT, PhD from Hiroshima University, Japan, Professor Bambang Purwanto MKes from Airlangga University, Professor Dr. Muhammad Saleh Aman, PhD from University of Malaya, Matt Hunter and Dan O'Neill from Tranmere Rovers, Professor Dr. Ali Maksum from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and thanks to all guests who took their valuable time to attend this event. I will briefly discuss our program and the International Seminar of Sport and Exercise Science on the occasion. The Faculty of Sport Science and Health organized an international seminar conference program once a year. Today is an extraordinary day for all of us because in today's international seminar activity, we can share this relate to sports science and promising research in sports science and health. Various countries attend in this seminar. There are more than 30 articles that have been included in this seminar. Well, maybe that's I can say as chairman of the International Seminar Committee today. As the committee, I hope this event can run well and smoothly. Without your support, we ask for your help so this event can run as well as possible. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Lutfi, for the first speech. And now, we're going to proceed to the second invitee of today's event, Mr. Dr. Dwi Cahyo Kartiko, SPD MKes, as the Dean of the Faculty of Sports Science Indonesia to give the speech. Time is yours.
His Excellency Profesor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Mat Lazim, Vice Rector of Education, Student and Alumni Affairs, Honorable the keynote speakers, Professor Yukio Urabe, PhD from Hiroshima University, Japan, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Saleh Aman, PhD from University of Malaya, Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Bambang Purwanto MKes from University Airlangga, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Ali Maksum, MSI from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Mark Palio from Tanmer Rovers FC United Kingdom, Nur Salsabila Resa Pandada Putra MSc from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. Respected presented and participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam olahraga. Good morning. May we invite you to express the grateful feeling to Allah for His blessing that we are able to attend the opening ceremony of the 4 International Seminar Sport and Exercise Science, the part of Society 5.0 on Sports Society held by the Faculty of Sports Science and Health, Universitas Negeri Surabaya on August 28, 2023. I will extend to warm welcome and the sincere gathering to all keynote speakers, presenter, and participants. I will also express my gratitude toward our keynote speaker for willingly sharing advanced knowledge and valuable insight. You all are very welcome to present your views, thoughts, and ideas. I would also like to thank our rector for his effort to enable the seminar to be held at the international level. It also a great honor to express a vote of thanks to the head of committee and all organizing committee who helped us making the seminar a great success. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is the fourth series international seminar of sport and exercise science. The three previous seminar we had offline in 2014 and 2019 and online in 2021. This present seminar is organized to discuss the issues that might occur in the development idea and expectation of Society 5.0. This society is one of the greatest means of transforming society in the present era. It directs the transformation of almost every component of our life, from the way of communication, the mean of living. All in all, I welcome you all once again the seminar and hope that all participants find the seminar highly engaging and benefit. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Chahir, for the speech. And now we're going to move to the last invitee of today's event. Unfortunately, Mr. Hassan cannot attend this event today with us, so I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Mat Lathim, MSc, to come forward to give a speech and officially opening this conference. Mr. Mat Lathim, time is yours.
Ya, makasih. Seminarnya olahraga ini berbeda dengan seminarnya fakultas lain. Apa perbedaannya? Kalau fakultas lain itu hanya mengandalkan otak. Tapi olahraga bukan hanya otak, tapi otot juga, dua-duanya kena ini. Saya baru pertama kali ini menghadiri seminarnya olahraga, luar biasa. Waktu tadi kok dipukul sungguhan ini tadi ya. Saya sempat loh, kena sungguhan, sakit sungguhan tuh. Mana tadi? Sekarang merasakan sakitnya. Izin saya mewakili Pak Rektor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, welcome and best wishes to all of us. I am Profesor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes as a Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Respect and happiness, would like to welcome all of you to the 4th International Seminar of Sport Science and Exercise in 2023. First of all, let me express highest appreciation and gratitude to all the committee who have worked to organize this event, especially the Faculty of Sport Sciences and Health, who have hosted in with great enthusiasm and dedication. The seminar is not just an ordinary scientific meeting, but a forum for exchange of ideas and knowledge in sports science. In industrial era, we need to continue to analyze, evaluate, and understanding more all factors related to sports sciences. Through the seminar, we will have the opportunity to hear from the leading experts, researchers, and practitioners in this field who will share the research. In addition, the seminar also reflects the commitment of Universitas Negeri Surabaya in supporting the development of science, especially in the field of sports and health. We hope that this seminar will become a useful meeting for all participants to develop collaborations and broaden professional networks. In this opportunity, let's build relationship together, exchange ideas, and contribute to the development of sports science. Hopefully, the results of our discussion can bring positive change in sports sciences. I hope that the seminar will be full of inspiration and be beneficial for participants. Let's make the 4th International Seminar of Sport Science and Exercise 2023 together for meaningful learning and collaboration. Thank you all for your attention and participation. Enjoy participating in this seminar, and I wish this seminar a great success. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's begin the seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Mas Nadim, for the time. And now, before we move to the main event, we're going to invite all of you to join us today di pemukulan gong bagi Ketua Panitia serta Mr. Lutfi, Pak Cahyo, serta Pak Mas Nadim. Silahkan maju ke depan untuk melakukan pemukulan gong bersamaan. Untuk gongnya, pukulannya ada di belakangnya ya. Silahkan.
Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kami buka seminar ini dengan tanda pukulan gong 3 kali. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
All right, thank you so much. So with that, we are officially opening this conference. And now we're going to go to the next sessions. I'm going to invite Mr. Rudy Escom to come forward to lead us to the pray together. Time is yours, Mr.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita tunduk sejenak untuk berdoa, memohon ridho Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala agar kegiatan pagi ini diberikan kelancaran. Izinkan saya memimpin doa dengan cara Islam. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang beragama dan berkeyakinan lain, silakan menyesuaikan dengan keyakinannya masing-masing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdasy syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafin ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lilajali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ij'alna ma'ahum bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, Engkau Tuhan kami yang Maha Pengasih dan Penyayang, tiada kata yang pantas bagi kami untuk ungkapkan kecuali rasa syukur yang tiada terhingga atas kehadirat-Mu ya Allah. Karena izin dan ridha-Mu lah pada pagi ini kita dapat hadir dan mengikuti International Seminar of Sport, Science and Exercise, The Path of Society 5.0 on Sports Community di kampus UNESA ini. Semuanya dalam keadaan sehat walafiat, lahir dan batin. Lancarkanlah kegiatan pagi ini dari awal hingga akhir. Berkahilah pertemuan ini dari awal hingga akhir, sehingga kegiatan pagi ini memberikan manfaat dan inspirasi bagi kita semua. Ya Allah, Engkau Tuhan kami yang Maha berkehendak, tanamkan dalam jiwa kami kemampuan untuk selalu menghayati dan meyakini akan kebesaran-Mu, kesadaran akan kelemahan dan kebutuhan kami atas pertolongan-Mu, serta tanamkan dalam lubuk hati kami ya Allah pengetahuan dan kearifan setiap fenomena yang menggelayuti setiap langkah kami ya Allah, sehingga kami mampu mengambil sikap tepat dan bermanfaat. Ya Allah, Engkau Tuhan kami yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah dosa dan kesalahan kami, dosa bapak ibu kami, dosa para pendahulu kami, dan dosa para pemimpin kami, serta dosa seluruh bangsa kami. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas sami'ul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbighfir warham wa anta khairur rahimin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rudy, for the sessions. And now we're going to reach our closing ceremony of today's event. I'd like to invite all the invitees and also the speakers to come forward to have the photo sessions. Maybe untuk para tamu, monggo silakan untuk ke depan, bisa sesi foto bersama ya. Sebelum nanti kita beralih ke plenary pertama. Monggo silakan. Thank you so much. You guys can go back to the seat. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to proceed to the first sessions of the plenary in this very conference. And now, before I'm going to hand over this to the moderator, let me introduce you to the first moderator of today's conference, Mr. Abinugrah Septanto. Please come forward to the stage as the first moderator of the plenary sessions. And now, my name is Yusuf. I'm signing off, and until then, thank you so much. See you next time.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Seminar of Sport Science and Health 2023, presented by the Faculty of Sports and Science, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I'm Abinugrah Septanto. It's my pleasure to be a moderator on this session. First of all, may I pleasantly introduce to all of you our first speaker from Japan. So he is Yukio Urabe. He's a Japanese registered physical therapist who is a professor at the Graduate School of Biomedical and Health Sciences, Hiroshima University. He received his bachelor degree from Kochi College of Rehabilitation Medicine, his master's from the Graduate School of Nagoya City University, and his doctor's from the Graduate School of Hiroshima University. He also holds a Master of Athletic Trainer, and his work as a staff trainer for the Japanese Olympic Committee in handball and swimming, as well as a physical therapist and trainer for the Olympic Games, Asian Games, Universities, and World Championships. So he is joining with us on Zoom online. So please welcome Professor Yukio Urabe. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Actually,
Do you hear me?
my name. Sorry.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see you.
Yes. おはようございます。
おはようございます。And actually, my name is Tsubasa Shiro from Hiroshima University. Since my professor Urabe couldn't join us here due to his work
Yeah.
schedule, so I'm presenting on his behalf. Okay.
Yeah.
And thank
Okay.
you for
Thank you
inviting
for
us.
joining with us. Thank you for joining with us.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. For the audience and for the presenter, we have 20 minutes for presentations and 10 minutes for a question and answer or discussions. So please, time is yours.
Yeah. Just a minute, sorry.
Yes, we can see it. So please go ahead.
Is it okay? Is this right?
Yes, that's clear.
Okay. Thank you, madam. My title is the application of virtual reality for sport rehabilitation. And I would like to thank you for all the you all for the valuable opportunity today. And let me begin. We have no financial or personal relationships that could be perceived as a potential conflict of the interest. This is okay, that's right?
Yeah, sorry?
Is this the tool of presenter or clear image?
Yeah, maybe please make it bigger than.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. The purpose of the purpose of this presentation are to show the effectiveness of the virtual reality in sports rehabilitation. And second is to present our research about sports rehabilitation and virtual reality. And first of all, have you ever heard the virtual reality before? And the virtual reality, we call it VR, is a computer advanced human computer interface. And VR can provide the artificial virtual environments. And there are two basic features in VR. One is immersion, and the second is interactivity. And to produce the artificial virtual environments, and we need to think about the virtual reality stimulates. The VR stimulates the human virtual function and auditory function and the tactile function. So we can feel with the various sensory organs to feel the virtual reality actually. So the first feature of VR is immersion. Can you imagine the immersion? It's allow us to have a sensation of physically experiencing the another situation. Like the VR involves the environment, like weather, field, equipment. When you use VR image, and the combination is very important to consider because we can feel like very the VR like we are experiencing indoor and outdoor sports. For example, you could experience the baseball outside on the sunny days, for example, or you could experience the table tennis indoors through the VR. And further advantages are autonomous feedbacks and manipulates of the different color size or velocities. We can control the VR images. The second feature of VR is interactivity. As you can see, this is the table tennis using the VR, and the opponent side is virtual characters. And you can feel the virtual environment, like space. It's in this case a floor, the table tennis table and rackets and balls. And yeah, the VR can recreate the variety of interacts with virtual characters and environments in the sports. I'd like to talk about our research on table tennis later. And I'd like to talk about the advantages of using VR in sports. As I said, the immersion and interactivity is a very important things to consider the VR. And immersion means the compete to virtual opponent, and interactivity means the sensory function feedback. And it affects the motivation to participate in sports for the person who using the VR. And as a result, it leads the enhancement of the sport performance in the end. So the VR and sports performance has a very strong connection in between. So I'll show you the one article published in 2022. And this article includes the trends in number of studies. The keyword is the sports and the VR. And from 2000 to 2021, the number of studies on sports with VR is getting increased. And it reached 82 in 2021. The studies related to VR in sports have received increasing attention, actually. Yes, and in the same articles in 2022, they show the keywords for the VR studies. There are many keywords before related to VR. In 2003, it starts with human-computer interacts, distributed environment, and motion capture. And you can see the virtual reality, the information technology in around 2007. And I think it's important to think about the sports and rehabilitation in around 2017. And nowadays, the VR has been upright in the field of sports rehabilitation since recent years. Oh, just oh, sorry. And another article shows the example of the studies on sports using VR. This article recruits 45 university male football players with a chronic low back pain, and they compare the effectiveness of the VR training compared with the control group, which is not used VR on the pain of the chronic on the chronic low back pain. And as you can see, the below three images are the result of the study. And this below figure show the low back pain in 3 different groups. The IKT means ice kinetic training, and VRT is the VR, the virtual reality training group and control group. And virtual reality training group showed the significantly decreased compared with the other groups. And they also measured the 4-meter sprint as a sport performance and counter jump height as the sport performance as well. And as you can see, the VR virtual reality training is more effective on not only on decreasing the pain, but also the sport performance. The training through virtual reality improves the pain and sport performance than ice kinetic training and other conventional trainings. From now on, I would like to show you our research. The first topic is the acute effect of table tennis stroke training with VR. First of all, as I said, the virtual reality in sports field is getting more popular in the world, and immersive experience means the feeling of being in a virtual space that does not exist in reality. And it improves the sport performance. And regarding in table tennis, accuracy of return ball was improved by about 2 times in inexperienced table tennis players by practicing hitting with VR. regarding on improvement on table tennis performance, there are a few studies before, and the comparison of accuracy of table tennis returns between the groups practicing with VR and group not participating. However, it was unclear whether practicing with VR improves accuracy of returned ball over practicing in reality. That's why we focused on swinging practice with and without VR. So our purpose was to show the effectiveness of VR in improving sport performance by comparing the result of swinging practice with and without VR. We recruited the 24 young healthy adults, including 18 men and 6 women. And this study was randomly divided into 2 groups. A group practicing swinging with VR, we called VR group, and group participating swinging without VR, called non-VR group. And in each group, 12 participants were included. And this study was approved by the ethics committee for the epidemiology of the Hiroshima University. And I show the protocol of this study. And at first, we instruct participants to warm up by hitting practice for 3 minutes before a test. And we set practice. It was a performance test for return accuracy. And as you can see, in VR group, the participants hit 100 times to 2.0 seconds per time of swinging, the swing practice, while watching the VR image of hitting the ball. And in non-VR group, shown in the light, they just swing practice. They just did swing practice without VR. And again, after that, we also measure the performance test for return accuracy. And the method of performance test for return accuracy, we use the designed area for return the play, and the participant return the 100 balls from the table tennis machine with forehand stroke. And the measurement items are the number of successes. It means the number of balls returned to the specified range. And second was immersion using virtual analog scale, VS bus. It means a feeling as if you are hitting the ball yourself. It's only for the VR group. And we instruct the participants to return the ball to the designed area, the square with the 30 centimeters. This is the results, the comparison of number of successes. In VR group shown as a green, the pre practice, they had a 26.3 times. However, they increased the number of successes in post practice. It was 36.5. And the improvement of the number of successes was higher in VR group compared with the non-VR group. And in VR group, we measure the bursts of the immersion. and the emergent and improvement rate has a significantly positive correlation in between, and the correlation, the significant positive correlation between improvement rate and emergent in the VR group. Why, if they feel the emergent, the improve rate get increased. So, the improvement of accuracy of the return ball in the VR group. In this study, we used the VR images of the unexperienced table tennis players hitting a ball. And in previous studies, they reported the competition specific body visualization is very important for VR training. Swinging practice while viewing the upper leaves and experienced the table tennis player in the VR image may have improved the accuracy of the return ball more effectively. So they didn't hit the ball actually. However, they watched the VR image, which was hitting the ball in real. So that improves the sports performance on table tennis. And regarding the association between emergence and accuracy of returned ball, we use the head-mounted display, and this allows the participants to viewing the 360 degrees videos in first person, and equivalent to virtual information when actually hitting the ball, and highly immersive experience.
I really apologize, Tatsuro-san. It's
Sorry?
5 minutes left. 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The second topic is about the application of virtual reality technology to prosthetic leg rehabilitation. And there are 3 problems in rehabilitation for lower limb amputation. The future of falling, phantom pain, and transition to depression. And second is insufficient time to wear the prosthesis, and the lack of follow-up after the discharge. So we use the VR for the amputee rehabilitation. The advantages of VR are safety and independent of the environment, and get an emergent, same as like the table tennis I said. And the mentality and willingness to wear a prosthetic leg and follow up after hospital discharge has a very good advantage. And application of VR to rehabilitation of lower limb amputee could be useful for solving the current issues. So our theme was verification of the effect of prosthetic leg weight training using virtual reality. And the protocol is shown, and we use the VR images. The intervention was weight-bearing exercises on parallel bars, and we measured the COP and 10-meter walking time, pre and post measurement. And we got the improvement standing balance, the reduction of the center of gravity's weight after the intervention, and improvement walking ability. And we are just writing the paper for publication. And I show you the example in the next slide. This is a pre-intervention, the working test. It was 9.3 seconds. However, they improved the time of working test. So after using the VR, it's very effective for on working speed. Yes, and finally, I show you our latest publication on the application of the balance exercise using VR virtual reality for rehabilitation. And for the adult programs, prevention of for horse, and of course, is a critical event on elderly people. That's why we focus on the balance on the play and post using the VR images. And we also measure the COP. And the intervention was the virtual reality images with the speed 1 and 10 degrees per second, and the tilt angle was 10 and 20 degrees. And this is the result of our study. The mean COP movement distance was significantly higher in VR condition compared to the 2.2 millimeters in control condition, and significantly higher in VR1 condition. It was 1 degrees per second and tilted 10 degrees compared to the other three virtual reality conditions. So we conclude that elderly people who have difficulty in controlling their posture where head-mounted display and watching slow images in VR could be applied to balance training. In summary, the VR creates an artificial virtual environment and immerses the experiencer. In recent years, the VR has been applied to sports to motivate the sports performance and enhance their performance. And we applied VR to table tennis and prosthetic foot rehabilitation with result in improved performance and function. Thank you for your kind attention.
Give applause, please. Thank you for the interesting talk for Subhasa Tasiro. So he explains two research, and the first research is about the acute effect of table tennis stroke training with VR, and then the second one is verification of the effect of prosthetic leg weight training using virtual reality for application to amputation rehabilitation. So now, if anyone has a question, please raise your hand. No one's? Okay. Subhasa Tasiro, I give a questions to you about your research. Actually, why did you choose VR as a media of sport rehabilitation? Sorry, why did you VR as a media of sport rehabilitation than others technologies?
Thank you for your
Is it clear?
question. It's a very important question for me. In our laboratory, we are using the virtual reality called the VR, and VR is now getting popular in the world, but especially in the more like a gaming or some entertainment field. It's not for the sports field. And now we are using the VR in sports fields, and we got very good results on that. So and we are believing that VR could be a very good application to improve the sport performance or to improve the patient function on rehabilitation. So we are just in the process to study, but we believe that VR is necessary for to improve the sports performance in the athlete.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Subasa Tasiro. And once again, for the audience, is there one question? So please stand up and say your name.
Hello, so my name is Abil. I'm from Sport Management Department of UNESA. For Mr. Subasa, it's really interesting topic, but what are the research implication of the VR training? Could it be implemented in the education field? Is it clear? Could VR be implemented in education field?
Oh, please, once again, Mr. Nur Salsabila.
So, what are the research implication of the VR training, and could it be implemented in the education field? Could VR implemented in education field? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. Did you mean the VR can be applied on the education field, like school or university or something?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, I believe it could be could be used on the educational field, like school or university, because VR can allow us to viewing the images if they are alone, like at home or at the own space. Then it can use the like learning something or studying alone at home, not only in sports but also in the educational fields. That's why I believe it's could be the important tool for students. It was especially in COVID-19 period. It was very important tool. But nowadays it's still important, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions for the audience, and thank you very much for the answer for Subasa Tasiro. Give applause, please. Yeah, because time is up, Subasa Tasiro. I really thanks to all of these, and thank you very much of your presentations. And please say to the Professor Urabe, please say thank you. And then we have a good communication, we have good relationship also. Hopefully we can do joint research or the research activity else. So thank you very much for joining with us. Give applause to Subasa Tasiro.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting us. And in the future, I hope in the next seminar we could meet in person. So
Yeah.
once again, we very appreciate inviting us. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. Thank you, Subasa Tasiro. And the next, The next speaker, he's Indonesian, and he is a lecturer at the Faculty of Sports Science and Health, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and his bachelor degree at the Universitas Negeri Surabaya also, and his master's at the Sheffield Hallam University, UK. So we don't have enough time, so please welcome for the second speaker, Mr. Nur Salsabila. Please come forward. Give applause, please. Good morning, Mr. Nur Salsabila.
Morning, morning.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. It's so sad today.
They're
Why
so
is
sad.
everyone so quiet?
Yeah, I think so. So
Okay.
Mr. Nur Salsabila will be present about the sports management, right?
Yes. So I'll be
Yes, exactly. So
talking about the laser center in Indonesia, especially.
yeah, okay. So Mr. Nur Salsabila and audience, the rule is same: 20 minutes for the presentations and then 10 minutes for Q&A or discussion. So Mr. Nur Salsabila, time's yours.
Alright. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat
Okay,
pagi.
okay. Harrison. So I'd like to introduce myself just briefly. So my name is Abel. I'm still 24 years old, probably the youngest speaker here, and I'll talk about mastering the art of laser center. Everyone here know what laser center is? Do you guys have any idea what laser center is? Okay, so I want my session to be more interactive, okay? Don't be quiet. If you have any question, just feel free to stop me and ask questions. You don't have to wait until the end of the session, okay? So next, please. So this is what Laser Center is. Laser Center is a sports center, recreational center. Usually owned and provided by the government or local authority, where people can participate in variety sports and exercise and stay fit. So, is it clear what a laser center is? Do you know what laser center is now? Okay. So, laser center in Indonesia, there are not so many. I'll give you an example of laser center in Indonesia, probably because you don't know what laser center is. A laser, you guys know what Atlas Sports Center is? Yes? Roca, Colosseum. That's what laser center is. But here in Indonesia, it's not owned or managed by our government. That's the only difference between a leisure center international leisure center and a leisure center in Indonesia. We don't have too many leisure centers. And what's the benefit of leisure centers? So the more leisure center we have, we can get a physical health and wellness of our community, a mental health benefit, and community engagement, youth development, economic impact, quality of life, and etc., educational opportunities. So it's not only sport, it's also psychology, it's also important for the education. A leisure center here, I feel like the leisure center in Indonesia is not good enough. So next topic, Next slide, please. So I'll talk about the customer experience. So far, is it clear what laser center is? Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Okay, I believe you guys. So customer experience, your customer's perception of how your company treats them. So how you feel about the company or the organization or the leisure center itself. And customer experiences encompasses every aspect of company offering, including customer care, customer services, advertising, packaging, service features, and reliability. According to PwC, 73% of customers' experience is very important factor in their purchasing decision. So, to be a good laser center, you have to have a good customer experience. Next slide. But why is it important? Why customer experience such an important thing? This is not only in laser centers, can be also in organization, in a club or something like that, a mall. Customer experience is everywhere. But why is it important? For one, it can help you stand out from your competition. With so many laser center here in Surabaya, which is only like 4 or 3, providing exceptional customer experience can be the key to affecting and retaining customers. Additionally, a positive review will lead to word of mouth marketing, or we can say Google review. It's also a part of word of mouth marketing. And here's some stats that you can look. Also put some source on it. 86% of buyers will pay more for a better customer experience. This says a lot. So it's not a lot of people actually want to pay more for a better experience in, let's make it easy, in the mall, in theme park, in a restaurant, in a club, in a pub. A lot of people will pay more if they get a better experience than other places. And 91% of unhappy customer will not willingly do business with you, with your company again. This is a stat that's been researched by American Express. And next slide, please. Okay. What do they do if they don't get what they want? What if the customer don't get what they want? So according to Eaton Key, 72% of customers will share a positive review with 6 or more people. But on the other hand, if the customer is not happy, 13% of them will share the experience with 15 or more. So you see the difference here? People with good experience tend to stay quiet. But also, people with bad experience, they share words so fast. You can look at it in like Tokopedia, Shopee, Google review. Most of them are about the bad reviews. Okay? And the challenge here lies in the fact that most cases, customers don't tell you when they are unhappy. Only 1 out of 26 customers actually tell you so. What about the rest 25? They stay quiet and leave. Okay? So only 1 actually complain out of 26. The rest just leave. So here are some stats that prove it. So I took this from PwC also. You can see the source yourself. And about in the US, about almost 20% of the customers, they left after one bad experience. And after several bad experiences, almost 60% people left. The impact of customer experience, or CX, is very significant, far-reaching, affecting both customer and business in various ways. So far, is it clear what customer experience is? Just let me know if I speak too fast. In essence, a positive customer experience fosters a strong customer relationship. It enhances your business, your leisure center, your organization. As a result, business that prioritize and invest in improving customer experience, they reap the benefits across various facets of their operations. Next. Why is it? Yeah. What's next? Okay. Next slide. Okay. So understanding a customer at the leisure center. To truly understand your customer, you must go beyond surface level interaction. So not only by talking to them or speaking to them or just by observing them like day by day, but you have to go by gathering customer feedback, surveys, focus group discussion, social media monitoring, and seeing reviews on Google's. Sometimes it's also can be very important. You can gain valuable insight that can inform product development, marketing strategies, and customer service if you gain all those data. So what you can do is you can do demographic analysis, behavioral patterns, surveys and feedback, observations, complaints and resolution, which is part of feedback, and competitor analysis. And by combining all of those, not only one, but combining all of those, you can develop a comprehensive understanding of your customer, allowing you to experience programs and service that create lasting positive impression and building customer loyalty. Next, please. Okay, so certainly there are several important attributes that contribute to a positive customer experience. Here are some of it. So, fast response time, consistent across all channels, knowledgeable staff, and so on and so on. These attributes collectively contribute to creating a customer experience that not only meets but also exceed expectation. So you have to understand all of these things to get the most of your customer experience program. Next. Nah. So, like I said, fast response time is very important, but being reactive, and it's a different thing from being proactive. So, anyone here know what's the difference between reactive and proactive? It's probably in the presentation, but okay. Anticipating is a part of a proactive approach. So anticipating. Anticipating allows business to provide exceptional customer experience and stay ahead of customer expectation. And customer expectations are constantly evolving. Businesses that proactively anticipate more likely to thrive. So businesses that proactive are more likely to thrive. So this is the same thing as laser center. They have to be more proactive. Creating a positive first impression is also important. It's crucial for building a long-lasting relationship with the customers. It sets the tone for the entire customer experience and can greatly impact your perception of the leisure center. And next, please. Here is the retention stats of a good and bad customer experience. So 66% of the customers who switch brands due to bad service, sorry, it's only one bad services. So 66% of the customers, they switch brands or switch places due to one bad service, and 85% of that could have been prevented. How? Just reach out to them. And 67%, the biggest, to solve the issue the first time. So the first time they complain, it's better to solve it. Out of 66%, maybe 50% of the problem, they have the same problems, if you get what I mean. So if you solve it the first time, you'll not get any other complaints. And only 22% is unsure, so we don't know what to do. Only 22%. Next, please. Do I still have a lot of time? All right. So strategy for CX enhancements. So CX is customer experience. Most important is creating customer-centric culture. Creating customer-centric culture is crucial for the success of leisure center. This approach involves putting the needs of and the expectation of the customers at the front of all decision making. To get all staff member on board with this approach, it's important to communicate the benefits of the customer-centric cultures and provide on how to deliver customer service. So secondly, personalization, tailor services to individual preference. If you've been to a public gym, you see there will be some classes that are personalized, tailored for a different group. So that's what it means. So do some personalization to your leisure center, and also thirdly, staff training. Train the employees for the exceptional customer interaction. Train them to do the SOP correctly. Most of the time here in Indonesia, especially in the governmental sites, the interaction between the staff and the people who come is not good. So yeah, I know it's quite hard to do it in Indonesia. Seamless booking. So what do I mean by with seamless booking? So not it's one door booking, or if you know in Celebrity Fitness, you can book class, you can book PT just from one site, and that site only. You don't have a lot of people to go. So if you want to book Zumba, let's say, you only have to go to the website. You don't have to contact anyone else, and just regular maintenance. Next, know the implications, get the data, do some research, know what your customer demands, and your customers have demands. They aren't what you think, so it's not always what you think. So you have to do research. You have to get the data, the actual data. Okay. And customers generate revenues, employee drive to experience, and most important in this two industry 4.0 or 5.0, people always run to technological stuff, but not every technology can solve experience problem. And minimizing customer services problem can reduce dissatisfaction and importance of the retention of customers. Next, please. So now measuring it, after all, you get all the data. So I told you so to do some research to get the data. You have to measure it. These are several metrics that you can use to track customer satisfaction, such as NPS is the most common one. Net Promoter Scores, I'll try to show you after this. There's customers effort score, CIS, and customer satisfaction score, CSAT. And NPS measure how likely customers are to recommend your services, which is the most basic one. And CIS measures how easy it is for a customer to do business with us or with the company. And CSAT measures overall customer satisfaction with our service, with the services. And here will be the execution. Next list. Those are the NPS and the questionnaire. I can share it to the committee and maybe they can share it to you. Here is what we do in England. So basically, I've worked with 6 different leisure center back in England, and especially in Sheffield. And this is what I do, asking them what the NPS, and this is the questionnaire that I do, and I get all the data from these questionnaires. It's one of the easiest one to do, and it improved a lot of things in our leisure center, which is SCT, Sheffield City Trust. And so far, do you guys have any questions, or do I speak too fast? Do I speak not clearly? Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, closing thoughts. Almost there, guys. Almost there. So feedback matters. As you can see, there are some stats. Best in Class CX, 70% of them use feedbacks. And the last slides, those are some kind of feedback that you can do. And industry average, they only use 50%. Only 50% use feedbacks. So optimally, 70% use feedback. Laggards, 29% use feedbacks. And informations matter. 56% of the customer just want the right answer. 64% of them don't trust the informant. So you have to put the correct information and trustworthy information, which is in your website, from your staff, from your Blanco, from your Instagram, anywhere. You have to put a trustworthy informations. And only 44% confirmed they got the confirmed they got the wrong answers. And next, for the conclusion, we have discussed the strategies for improving the customer experiences at a leisure center, from understanding your customer needs of expectation, providing personal services, and creating welcoming environment. If you implement these strategies in your day-to-day operations, I guess it will improve your customer experience in your leisure center or in your organizations. That's all from me, I guess. Guys, I'll give it back to Mr. Abi here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Nur Salsabila for the presentations. Yeah, I think it's an interesting talk about the sports management, but I think it's most closely to the sports business. Yeah, of course, the business inside of the sport management, but it's a little bit about the sports business.
I do agree with that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the Mr. Nur Salsabila. For the audience, okay. There is one. So please say your name, please.
Check, check. Okay, thank you. My name is Hichrin. Good morning, Mr. Abil.
Morning, morning.
Yeah, as far as I know, leisure center is only visit or get crowd on weekends.
Okay.
My question is what the strategies can be implemented to boost engagement and participation at the leisure center on weekday? Maybe related creating customer-centric culture in school or in office. As we know, all of we live in Surabaya, where the majority of people work from morning to evening, often even come home late night. And second, can you provide example of successful customer engagement or marketing campaigns implemented at other leisure center? They have increased attendance at the leisure center. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you clear?
Yeah, it's
Mr.
clear,
Nusral.
it's
Okay. So please, Mr. Nusral.
Okay, so how is the strategy to improve the engagement of a leisure center here? Here in Surabaya or just everywhere? Big city. So I'd say
Around in
in
Indonesia.
Jakarta, people go to the leisure centers all the time, not only in the weekend, but probably here in Surabaya, it's quite low, the number. It's probably because there are not so many laser centers, and most of the laser center here in Surabaya are inside of a cluster, if you get what I mean. Yeah.
You mean the rich culture cluster
no.
or something
Resident
like
in the
that?
resident.
Like in a
residence. Oh, yeah.
residence.
Mhm.
So most of them, like the Colosseum, Atlas, they're inside the like residence of the people. So that's why it's not sustainable. It's not reachable for all the people. So maybe the goal is for the government, because I don't think Surabaya government have one laser centers on their hand, to make at least one in the middle of the city where the cost is cheap, the
Or free, maybe.
maybe because there are several laser centers there in England that I know that are free, but for the maintain, let's say for the maintaining problems, let's say make it cheap and make it affordable for the people around the city, especially for students, because we know here in Indonesia not all the students can work. It's not like the UK where students can get part-time and stuff like that. And sorry, what's the second question? I forgot.
So please, Mr. Regine, for the second question.
Second question, example
success.
of successful.
Example. So after I did my thesis back in Sheffield, where I work with the Sheffield City Trust, they have an increasing 5% retention rate after I did a 3 months of customer service, customer experience program there. So basically, I just do get some data and told the boss on what to do after I get the data. So there are actually a lot of success story, but not necessarily on the laser center about customer experience. You can just look it up in Google, such as Puma, they have their own stories. And Microsoft, Apple, after listening to their customers to get their better experience, they get like a lot of more people coming in. Is that clear? So I can put out my data on my thesis, but I don't have it on my laptop.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
How's about
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Regine?
you.
That's clear enough?
Yes, clear.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So another one, please. Yeah,
Okay.
please, the microphone.
My name is Aji. My question is, what are the most important things to do for public leisure management in order to create a positive customer experience? Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
What are the most important things to do for public leisure management in order to create a positive customer experience?
Be proactive. Be proactive. Just be proactive. If you be proactive, trust me, if you solve the problem before it's even started, it will be a good customer experience. That's the key from what I learned back in where I work. And also, if you cannot be proactive, at least be reactive. So after the first complaints come, please make sure to follow up that problems. Is it clear? Okay.
Thank you for the answer and questions for the audience. So maybe the last one, please. No. So, oh, okay. So the last one, the microphone, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andri. I from sports coaching education. Okay. Mr. Abi, you taught us that middle up people, the awareness of the health and physical activity is higher. And there are so many places like a resident and the other, they want to go there every day. Yeah. But in our community, for the middle to bottom, maybe they don't want to go to exercise, and how we can promote them to make how to promote public awareness, yeah, of the importance of healthy lifestyle. Yeah, I think that is the problem in our community from the middle to bottom. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Nur Salsabila.
So how to solve it? I'd say in the residence for the middle or lower, I've seen this is, by the way, don't quote me on this because this is just pure of observation. In a cluster with public spaces or open spaces, they have a lot of people in the park or in the open spaces that do actually work out or just walk or just jog, especially here in Surabaya, because there are now a lot of open spaces to do it, and I've seen a lot of people actually run at night in Surabaya. And how to promote it? So how to promote it? I feel like we here in East Java have already started something called Penggerak Olahraga Masyarakat, that's probably started by Mr. Hijrin himself. So we have Penggerak Olahraga Masyarakat. Am I right? Yeah. So we have started to promote a healthier lifestyle, a sport lifestyle to the people. So probably if that program successful, we can increase the participation of the people in sports, or just increase the health of the community. Is that clear? Do you get what I mean, Mr. Andre? Okay.
Yes, but sometimes they think that the exercise is not important. The important thing that only with the people, the other one ngumpul-ngumpul like that, just talking about the other one maybe, but they don't know how to exercise well with maybe we have to reach some goals or other one like that.
How to make increasing the awareness of the sports?
So yeah, like I said, we have a program called Penggerak Olahraga Masyarakat, which is to share the knowledge of sports in the communities, and it's not a bad thing if the people wants to go to do sports, to exercise, just because they want to meet their friends, just because they want to do some social media posts. It's also a part of lifestyle. So I don't think it's a bad thing. So at least they want to do exercise after they are communicating, or after they post their Instagram of art, or just making stories of their exercise. I don't think it's a bad thing, personally. So I don't see the problem on people doing that. Is that clear?
How's about Mr. Adri? It's okay? It's clear? Thank you very much for the question. So, is there have a time for the discussions? Okay, that's enough. So, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Nur Salsabila. Give applause to him. That's interesting talk about the sports business, especially sports management. So after this, we have other speakers. So thank you for the audience, and please stay here. I'm Abinugra Septanto. See you next. And please welcome Mr. Hijrin.
Check. Please welcome Prof. Saleh Aman from University Malaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Wilujeng Sumping from UPI, betul ya? Ya biar nggak ngantuk ini, dari tadi kok nggak terlihat senyum ya. Sugeng Rawo, welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Especially our esteemed guests and fellow enthusiasts of the captivating realm sports science, I am deeply honored to stand before you today as the moderator of the momentous keynote session within our fourth international seminar of sports science and exercise held by Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan. My name is Hijrin Fitroni. Today we are in for a treat as we have a privilege of hosting distinguished figure in the world of sports science, Professor Saleh Ahmad. Hailing from the esteemed University Malaya, Professor Ahmad brings with him a wealth of knowledge, decades of expertise, and passion for exploring the integrated connection between sport, exercise, and recreation, sport participation in Malaysia. The theme we have chosen in this seminar encapsulates the essence of what drives many of users to understand, improve, and appreciate to profound impact that sport, exercise, and recreation have on our life. Today's session promises to enlighten experience as we gain insight from Professor Aman, extensive research and experiences in this field. His contribution have a way of advancement in sports science and help athletes, researchers, and enthusiasts to unlock new frontier in sports. Without further delay, let us embark on this journey to knowledge, discovery, and inspiration. Professor Aman, we eagerly await your insight, and participant, I encourage you to actively engage in this dialogue. Together, we will further to understand to provide interplay between sport, exercise, and recreation, and continue to push the boundaries of human achieve and enjoy this session. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Pak Hejrin, our friends from UK, and Doctor from Airlangga, and all the participants. I will be presenting this national survey of research national survey about sports, exercise, recreation, and e-sports participation in Malaysia. I'm not sure about the rules in using English here, but I'm okay if you want me to explain in Bahasa Indonesia. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Sport, exercise, recreation, and e-sports participation in Malaysia. So, next slides. Next. My name Muhammad Saleh Aman. You can call me Pak Aman. From Malaysia and the state of Malacca, where I and Upin and Ipin come from. I'm using the same language with Upin and Upin, Kak, Rose, and all that. Okay, and I'm using Malay language is our language, and you can see that's the traditional house in my home country and in my home place, Malacca. Next slides. And this is our Nusantara, Southeast Asia, and the Twin Towers, Kuala Lumpur, and also Surabaya over there, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, and Surabaya in East Java. Next, and this is University Malaya. Welcome to University Malaya. If you have time, please come over. And in the middle of Kuala Lumpur, and here we have a main building. We have our own hospital, and one of the class over here. Next. Originally, I just share with you in terms of ranking. University Malaya is the first university in Malaysia, and we actually third in Southeast Asia after National University of Singapore and Nanyang University, Singapore. And our position in QS ranking is 65. Originally, our University Malaya located in Singapore, but after Singapore become their own state, then we transferred to Kuala Lumpur. But we have University Malaya and National University, we actually work together as a twin university. Next. The introduction of the study. Now I begin with my study. The study of sports participation in national level is important in supporting the government efforts to foster sportsmanship and active lifestyles in the country. Penelitian tentang partisipasi olahraga ini sangat penting untuk membantu pemerintah menyediakan kebijakan. Today, I will focus on sport, exercise, recreation, and e-sport participation in Malaysia. We define sports activity including sports, exercise, and recreation. Olahraga, senaman, dan rekreasi. Tetapi kebelakangan ini e-sports semakin dominan. The data were extract from the Malaysian Sports Culture Index. One of the researcher at the national level, we run the Sports Culture Index research at the national level. So this research is actually extract from this national level research. Next. Sports are activities played in a cooperative or competitive manner in the forms of games. Olahraga dimainkan dalam bentuk kooperatif, dalam bentuk kerjasama, dan juga dalam bentuk pertandingan kompetitif dalam bentuk game. Sports such as badminton, football, volleyball, golf encompasses elements of play, games, cooperation, competition, mentally physical, rules, skills, and environmental challenges. So next, one by one, exercise are activities involving the systematic movement of the body. It includes stretching, walking, jogging, weight training, yoga, and regular exercise raise the level of fitness and health of an individual. Second definition, exercise. Next, recreation is a free time activities which is constructive and fun. Rekreasi adalah aktiviti waktu luang yang membina dan menggembirakan. Physical recreation includes climbing, cycling, kayaking, and non-physical recreation, such as sightseeing, picnic, and watching recreational activities. Dan saya difahamkan tahun 22 Indonesia telah menetapkan bahawa olahraga rekreasi ini dikenal sebagai olahraga masyarakat. Next, e-sports. E-sport is a video game competition played online between players using electronic devices like computers and smartphones. E-sports often takes the forms of organized multiplayer competition between professionals or amateur players individually or as in teams. So I already defined 4 terms under sports participation: sports, exercise, recreation, and esports. Next. So this is how we run the research. This is the Malaysia Sports Culture Index conceptual framework. If you look, ya, jika anda melihat conceptual framework ini, bagaimana saya menjelaskannya? How we calculate the index. The calculation of the index commence for 2022 from 2 domains. If you look inside the box, we have 2 two domains. One is participation domain and two sporting spirit domains. Under the participation domains, or we call it the physical aspect of sports, is activeness. And the other domain, the non-physical element of sports, I call it sporting spirit domains, include four indicators. One, volunteerism, dedication, expenditure, and contribution. So from these two products, we come up with the index. And in order to obtain, more output, this study consider the factors which influence the sports culture. The factors including facility, governance, talent development. This is a factor. And apart from this, the idea of also based on the sports and culturation. You see the frame out there, how actually pembudayaan berlaku, and we have agencies from the government, including Ministry of Youth and Sports, JK Indonesia, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga, how these agencies influence the sports participation. So this is, they call it research framework. Suatu masa nanti Anda akan melakukan penelitian S2, S3 dan menghasilkan disertasi. Anda harus faham tentang conceptual framework begini untuk memberikan panduan kepada Anda bagaimana research Anda akan lakukan. Okay, this is the research framework. The MSCI 22 measures the level of participation of Malaysians in sports-related activities based on two key domains, namely participation domains and sporting spirit domains. So I already talked about the conceptual framework. Next. This is the objective. I'm not good. The main objective of the study is to determine the level of participation of Malaysians in sports. So I have another 4 sub-objectives: to identify the level of Malaysian participation, number 2, to identify some characteristic of sports, number 3, to identify e-sports participation, and number 4, I include one more element to identify the driver and barrier factors of sports participation in Malaysia. So now we go one by one. Next slides. Oh yeah, I have to talk about the method. This quantitative method using questionnaire for the survey. So we have 114 enumerators, RA, research assistant, and 29 supervisors in each state. We have 14 states, and we have 29 supervisors. Duration 8 months. The research used population census, counting block, CB, and place of residence. We are using population census in Malaysia, and the research succeeded in gathering 3,735 respondents, and the proportionate random stratified sampling method was used, and sampling were made based on the CB, counting block, and PR, place of residence, of 23 million Malaysian citizens, age 13 years old and above. We don't count the population 1 year old until 12, because they don't understand how to respond survey. Next. Okay, this is operation definition, the participation domain, the activeness indicator, and the ratio. This is how we define the score and the ratio. Okay, I don't go to details. Next. This is our respondents' demographic. You know, gender, 50-50, men and female, male and female. Location, urban and rural. And you can see Malaysia, all over Malaysia, all the states involved. And age category, pre-youth, youth, post-youth, and also senior citizen. And marital status, singles, married. And also ethnic. We have 2, 4, 6, 7 ethnic altogether in Malaysia. So this is the respondents' demographic. Next. Findings. Number 1, the level of Malaysian participation in sports in Malaysia is bad. It's not good. 48% only. And from the 48%, 13% active, 65% moderate, and 20% less active. This is the result. Next. Analysis. The study shows that 48% of Malaysians are involved in sports, exercise, and recreational activities. Out of 48, only 13% active, 65% moderate, so 20% less active. Another 52% Malaysians are not involved in sports activities. And the participation rate is attributed to the constraint caused by COVID-19 actually, as well as post-COVID-19 pandemic. So movement control order restrict people movement and very limited sports-related program conducted for a long period of times. This is the analysis. Next. Talking about participation by sports category. Sports, 55%, exercise, 37%, recreational, 21%. Next, the analysis. If we go one by one, sports meaning football, futsal, badminton. Exercise meaning jogging, aerobic, gym. Recreation meaning cycling, hiking, jungle trekking. And you can see the percentage over there. So this is just the data. Next. Analysis. Majority of Malaysian favorite in sport activities, followed by exercise and recreation. The most popular sport activities are football, followed by futsal and badminton. And for exercise, jogging is clearly dominant because this activity do not require special facilities and can be carried out in residential areas. I just want to share with you the history of jogging. Actually, the history of jogging began in 1962, very new. And it's become popular in America in 1962. And after that, then jogging disseminated all over the world. It's very new, actually. As for recreation, cycling 10% and hiking 6% are the preferred activities. The natural environment serve to perform such activities. So this finding shows that participation in sports-related activities has become a lifestyle and routine in the daily life of Malaysians for the sake of their health and well-being. Analysis 2. Next. Now we try to understanding characteristic of sports, exercise and recreation participation. Next. The time for sport activities. You can see that evening 62%, morning 21%, night 15%, afternoon 15%. So the evening participants among office workers and students. Morning, the day consists of retirees and women. Night, the urban areas, cycling and jogging. And afternoon, small number. Next. Within home to do sport activities. With friends, 38%. With family, 18%. Do it alone, 17%. So this shows that Friends and family members are key factor to drive people to participate in sports, exercise, and recreation. It is not knowledge, it is not the facility, but the friends and family. Next. Now, location for sports. We provide facilities all over the country, but people don't use it. If you can see here, top 5 location for sport activities: public facilities, recreational park, multi-purpose hall, neighborhood, and home. Apparently, Malaysians do not flock at the sport-specific facilities. We are always to build sport-specific facilities, but they don't use. Workplace facility and educational institution, but instead they participate in the area near where they live. And they prefer nature-based facilities like recreational park. So people nowadays, they just like to walk around the neighborhood and also the nature-based park, nature-based activities. Next. Talking about the esports participation, next. The participation in esports from N836, only 22% are played and 77 are not. Next. Types of esport activities: Mobile Legends 48, PUBG 65, Dota 29, PES 31, and others 11. So participation of Malaysian in esports, according to types of sports, PUBG is the most popular one, 65%. Next. Frequency of participation in esports, at least once a day, 27%, 2-3 times a day, 45%, 4 to 5 times a day, 70%, 4 to 5 times a day, and just 9%, 5 times a day. That's the results. Next. And according to period of access to esport related screens, this is the issue. Always we use our smart watch, for example, then count your screen times. So this is the results. This study shows that 10% of respondents access to esports screen exceeded 4 hours a day. And this number is increasing and alarming. Issues regarding screen times, the typical daily screen times, managing screen times, how to track screen times, and what activities we do it on screen times. So adults often worry about kids engaging in too much screen times, especially when there are kids involved in esports. So this is the consequences when you play esports. Next. I'm talking about driver and various factors of sports participation in Malaysia. Next. You can see the list. Number 1 list is actually maintaining fitness. Why people involve or participate in sports? Because they want to maintain fitness. Number 2, they want to maintain health. Number 3, reducing stress, and so forth. Next, I try to analyze. So maintaining fitness, health, and reducing are the 3 main factors driving Malaysian involving in sport, exercise, and recreation. As Berger and Toba 2000 explained, physical activity play an important role in maintaining one's fitness. And from the health perspective, one's physical activities, such as sports, can help in recovery from high-risk medical conditions such as hypertension. An increasing number of Malaysians are engaging in sports to reduce stress as it can affect one's health if not properly controlled. This is the analysis from the data. Next, if you go to the barriers, why people not participate because of weather. Factor number 1, cuaca. Number 2, time management. Saya tidak ada waktu. 3, no information on available sport facilities. Mereka tidak tahu. So we go to the analysis, we try to influence the participation of Malaysians in sports, exercise and recreation are weather, time constraint and no information about facilities. So being beyond the control of human beings, the weather factor was inevitably picked by the largest number of respondents as a hindrance factor. The time constraint factors was due to the attitude of individual who are often use the excuse of being busy with work or study to engage in sports. So my conclusion, not because of the weather or time, it is because of the attitude, sikap. So as a conclusion, I would like to conclude my presentation with 2 questions regarding sports participation. Number 1, what did I do right? This question forces you to think through and recall all the correct things in sports activities that you did in the past. And question number 2, what would I do differently? This question forces you to think through all the different ways you could improve your participation in sports program in the future. I hope that this presentation will bring positive impact to sport participation in our country and globally. I think we have next, so if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Martin Luther King. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. And for the next, I will open the Q&A session. Please give Prof. Saleh Aman question. Maybe from UPI. Dari UPI, silakan. Okay. Please, mic Bu Nindi.
Tes. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Good morning, Pak Aman. My name is Anindya. You can call me Nindi, and I would like to ask you maybe 2 questions, if it's not much. And the first question is, according to the Malaysian Sport Culture Index, we see that the majority of Malaysians are moderately active, and if I'm not mistaken, 20% of the rest was less active. And my first question is MSCI also measuring physical activity? Physical fitness of the citizens? And based on the result, this is my second question. What will the Malaysian government do to increase the community participation in sport or exercise? When you said earlier that government has already facilitated the community with many sport facilities, but not many of them using it. Thank you.
Um, Actually, senior citizen is becoming, the numbers of senior citizens of Malaysian population is becoming boom. So we have to actually consider not only children's and youth, but also we got to think of what games or what activities are suit to senior citizen. Meaning that not only group of one group of population. I mean, we not only focus on children's, youth, but also we focus on women and also senior citizens. When we identify that senior citizens, the most popular sports for senior citizen is not football. It will hurt if they play football. What they can do is they walk and they, play golf. They play golf. And they also, sometimes they play badminton recreationally. And or they will walk down to the town and maybe see movies, and this is the more less physical activities for senior citizen. But we cater differently to women, because women, they like to involve activities like Zumba, gym activities. They like to also involve in bicycles, but they participate in a group. So this is how women involve in sports. But if you go to youth and children's, especially youth, they like to involve in high performance sports. But children's, they like to play in groups. They like to get more skills. So my answer, how actually government and we try to encourage communities to involve in sports, we tackle them differently. This is also involved, in Malaysia we call it OKU, Orang Kurang Upaya, disability people. We also understand that they also wanted to participate. So in our principles, when we talk about disabled people, meaning that they just involve recreationally. They should not participate in high performance sports. But what happened, disability also wanted to be a champion. So we encourage them to be involved in high performance sport as well. So I hope you understand that overall we cater our communities, different group in the communities differently in terms of types of sports and activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Aman. Maybe another question? Okay. Please, mic in the front corner.
Hello, my name is Lutfi Ahmad and I am from UPI Bandung. I noticed that in the barrier factor of sport participation, the third factor is no information on available sport facilities. The question is, how can we overcome the factors Is this a government job for spread more the information, or the of the sport facilities, or is it people's job to find out more? Thank you.
Okay, what happened in government when they wanted to build facilities, they will refer to the Olympic or the central, the standard of facilities. If they want to build a sports complex in Surabaya, for example, they will take the template from, for example, in German or or maybe in New York, or the place like Brazil, who already run the Olympic competition. So they try to follow the international standards, and they spend a lot of money to build this facility. But what happened in Kacamatan, in the district, in the Merauke, in all over Indonesia, they don't play tennis, they don't play football, but they run, they hiking, a lot of activities who are actually the government, they don't know, but the activities is happen in Kalimantan, in all over Indonesia. So what they should do actually, the policy should come from the bottom. The sports policy to build kebijakan untuk membangunkan, untuk membina fasilitas olahraga itu harus datang dari bawah, harus datang dari masyarakat yang memberikan input, memberikan pandangannya kepada pemerintah. This is how we should develop policy, should come from the bottom, not the top down. So what I want to say is actually people change now. Now people participate in sport because they wanted to improve their health. So people walk around in the housing estate. So we have to consider every housing estate should build recreation center, should build the cycling rail, the bicycle rails, the jogging trail, and the open spaces. We must put this as a policy, as a kebijakan. So I hope this help. Secara keseluruhan diharap bahawa pemerintah mulai mendengar suara dari rakyat di bawah, bahawa rakyat di bawah ini memerlukan melaksanakan aktivitas apa dan apakah aktivitas yang sesuai di daerah mereka. Itu maksud saya lah, ya. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give big applause for Prof. Saleh Aman. I think the time is enough, and my closing statement is, let's active and be more positive impact for our environment. Okay, thank you for this session today. Prof. Aman, stay here because we have some merchandise from UNESA. Okay, thank you. After this, we have some coffee break and enjoy your break. Thank you very much. I'm Hijrin. See you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. Time is 2 minutes left. Please be ready position in your seat because this next session we are going to start. And this is. Can you what? How, where you come from, Miss? UPI Bandung. How many students come to UNESA? 40. And have you with your lecturer or alone? Or with your only with your student, your friend, or with lecturer? No. Okay. And today, my name is Asrul. I am a sport lecturer, maybe new sport lecturer, yeah. And I'm from Central Java. And today, I'm going to be moderator. As we know, recently, the most people in Indonesia know about the benefit sport, benefit eat healthy. So most people go running, go yoga every day. For that, UNESA, Surabaya State University, or especially FIKK, want to get positive contribution for that through this seminar. So today the topic, this session, the topic is fat burning. The speaker is from Erlangga University, is located in Surabaya, and the speaker name is Professor Bambang. All participants give applause to Prof. Bambang. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Bambang have 20 minutes to present to your work or your paper, and participant has 10 minutes to Q and answer, and this is maybe the moment is not become back again. Please prepare the best your question because today we have many awesome speaker. Professor Bambang, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the invitation, this event, and for especially the speakers who come from UK and Malaysia. Today I will present about the fat burning exercise. Before I present this presentation, ada satu pertanyaan yang ingin saya tanyakan. Siapa yang merasa dirinya obes, angkat tangan. Yang merasa dirinya obes, angkat tangan.
I think no one participates.
No one. Okay, very good.
Hand.
Okay.
No one. Right.
Okay. Obese is recently a big problem, yeah, worldwide, and a lot of people has frustrated because has done any exercise but they didn't get the satisfying result. Yeah. And now I will bring you the fat burning exercise from basics to applied. Next slide, please. Okay. For the introduction, fat or lipids are consist of many fractions, but the important ones is the fatty acids. The fatty acid is the fat fraction which burn to produce the ATP to get the energy for the exercise. The others were not burned as fatty acid to get the energy. Next slide, please. And the fat burning is placed in mitochondria inside of the cells. Right? So cells who has a lot of mitochondria can burn a lot of fats. That's the key. Next slide. So who is the responsible to burn fat? The responsible to burn fat is cells or tissue or organs who has a lot mitochondria. So if you find some cells or tissues or organ who has a lot of mitochondria, that is the best place to burn fat. Okay, next slide. In our body, there are some organs and tissues who has a lot of mitochondria. The best is in your heart. Heart has a lot of mitochondria. Also, liver has a lot of mitochondria. But these two organs, heart and liver, has limited function to burn fat and has a specific location. Jadi kalau kita lihat jantung itu jumlahnya 1, liver jumlahnya 1. Nah, jadi even heart and liver has a lot of mitochondria, the number of this organ is only 1 in your body. So this is not efficient, not effective to get a lot of energy from fat burning. Is there any organs, other organs or tissue who has a lot of mitochondria in our body? Yes. The answer is yes. And the answer, besides of heart and liver, there is muscles. Your muscles has a lot of mitochondria. So muscles is potential to burn your fat inside your body. What about the adipocyte? What about the fat cell who store the fat? Next slide, please. Actually, fat cells or adipocyte has not a lot of mitochondria. There's a little bit of mitochondria inside of our fat cells. So it is impossible for fat cell to burn fat. Okay? So if you rely on the fat cell to burn your fat, that is ridiculous. Some fat, namely brown fat, lemak coklat gitu, brown fat, is kind of fat, has much better number of mitochondria than the white ones. But you have to know that the brown fat burn fat only to produce heat. Jadi kalau kalian itu merasa kedinginan gitu, untuk bisa merasakan udara yang lebih nyaman, your fat cell burn fat. Jadi fat cell not burn fat to produce energy, no, but to produce heat. So once again, I will repeat, fat cells is not the organ to burn fat. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we can rely on only these three organs, yeah, to burn fat. The first one is our heart, the second one is our liver, and the third one is our muscle. Unfortunately, heart and liver limited to burn fat only for their function, yeah, and limited for the numbers in our body. Heart and liver is only one in our body. But if you seek or if you look at your muscle from your head to your toe, there are consist of muscles. So muscle is potential more than heart and your liver to burn your fat to produce a lot of energy for exercise. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so muscle is suitable for fat burn, not liver, not heart, and also not our fat cells. Next slide. How come our fat was burned? The process consists of 3 steps. The first one is lipid withdrawal. So we have to withdraw our lipid from the storage. Harus dibongkar dulu sebelum bisa dibakar. Ya. The second one is lipid mobilization. Setelah dibongkar harus dibawa ke tempat pembakaran. And the most important ones is lipolysis. Lipolysis is the fat burn. Lipolysis adalah tahapan membakar lemak. Di mana? Di otot, tadi sudah sampaikan. Next slide please. This is the sum of the whole process of the fat burn. Yeah. The first one is lipid is withdrawn from the storage at the adipocytes, then mobilized from the liver to the muscles and burn at the muscles. Next slide. Okay, I bring you some research about the fat burn. The first one, this research resulted that someone who exercised more, yeah, resulted a lot of fat burn than someone who didn't get an exercise. Kalau Anda berolahraga, ternyata olahraga yang Anda lakukan itu membakar lemak lebih banyak daripada kalau Anda tidak berolahraga. Ya, kita bisa lihat pada gambar yang sebelah kiri. Ya, the first graph, first picture, first illustration at the left ones. Ya, the fat storage is reduced, yeah, in group of exercise compared with those who didn't get the exercise. And the interesting ones is the exercise burn only at the storage of internal organs, namely visceral fat or VAT. VAT. Jadi exercise yang kita lakukan terutama pada penelitian ini adalah menggunakan high intensity intermittent exercise, membakar cadangan lemak yang ada pada organ dalam dulu. Jadi yang dibakar tidak akan pernah kelihatan. Saya ulang ya, tidak akan pernah terlihat sampai 3 minggu ke depan. Jadi kalau Anda melakukan exercise sampai 3 minggu ke depan, berharap langsung tangannya kurus, perutnya langsing, bokongnya, ya, itu mustahil. Saya ulang apa? Mustahil. Lihat grafik yang sebelah kanan sendiri. Itu adalah subcutaneous fat. Artinya fat storage ya, yang ada di luar organ dalam. Di tangan, di punggung dan sebagainya. Tidak mengalami perubahan. Saya ulang, tidak mengalami perubahan. Sampai 3 minggu kita exercise. Tapi yang di tengah, ya, the second picture, ya, itu kita lihat ada penurunan yang signifikan dari fat storage on the exercise group. Ya. Jadi kalau berharap kurus dari exercise untuk fat burn, itu ya, dalam waktu 3 minggu itu tidak mungkin. Tapi Anda akan lebih sehat. Taunya dari mana? Fat storage. Bagaimana kita tahu fat storage itu? Periksa pakai BIA, bio impedance analyzer, right? Okay, next slide please. Nah, this is the second research publication. I bring you the meta-analysis. This is the fact you have to trust. Ya, jangan protes ya. Ini saya bacakan hasilnya. Exercise yang ada di sini sama dengan yang tadi, high intensity intermittent exercise, okay, burn significantly on internal organ, burn fat in internal organ, ya. Jadi sekarang ini banyak orang yang kemudian itu tidak merasa bahwa di dalam tubuhnya, di dalam organ dalamnya seperti jantung, paru, ginjal dan sebagainya itu banyak lemaknya. Kenyataannya iya. Dan itu kalau dengan exercise itu yang dibakar dulu. Oke ya. Oke. Itu nomor 1, fact number 1. The second fact is high intensity intermittent exercise burn fat more in younger individuals. Semakin muda usianya, masalah obesitas semakin mudah diatasi. Kalau seperti saya Pak Dekan, nun sewu. Kalau kita obes di saat ini Pak, waduh susah Pak. Exercise itu sulit untuk mengatasinya. Jadi kalau ada yang usianya seperti kami, obes, pengen cita-cita menurunkan berat badan, nun sewu agak sulit. Agak sulit. Jadi kalau Anda personal trainer, jangan menjanjikan harapan palsu. Usia berapa Pak? 60 pengen nurunin berat badan. Oke. Mungkin butuh waktu agak lama ya Pak. Okay. The third fact, ya, fakta ketiga, ya, boys, ya, male is better to burn fat than girls, than female. Mohon maaf ya ibu-ibu. Jadi kalau sulit nurunin berat badan ya karena female. Kenapa? Karena female punya estrogen, hormon kewanitaan itu yang memang ya, orientasinya ke fat storage. Mohon maaf ya. Kita sama-sama laki-laki kita pasti mengaminkan. Ya. Wanita berlemak itu lebih cantik daripada ya Mas ya. Oke. Baik, next slide please. Okay. How come someone with the exercise lalu bisa kurus, itu kenapa? Ya. The process is like this. Exercise helps to withdraw fats by activating an enzyme, namely hormone sensitive lipase, HSL, hormone sensitive lipase. Please focus at the middle of the picture, there is an arrows, arrows mark, Coba lihat yang di tengah itu, fokus pada gambar yang di tengah yang ada panahnya itu, bahwa exercise, terbukti, exercise activate the HSL, the HSL, hormone sensitive lipase, activate to help withdraw the fat from the storage. Okay, so what is HSL? HSL is an enzyme who activated by a hormone. What is the hormone? Next slide, please. Before I answer what is the hormone, the next fact is, if you done an exercise, your fat storage will withdraw after an hour that you finish your exercise. Jadi setelah Anda berhenti exercise, 1 jam kemudian baru lemak Anda dibongkar. Hati-hati ini. Jadi kalau yang berpikir bahwa saya berolahraga, saat berolahraga lemak saya dibongkar, itu salah. Lemaknya dibongkar 1 jam setelah olahraga. Sehingga hati-hati ini, jarak dari berhenti berolahraga sampai 1 jam kemudian, kalau saudara kemudian mengkonsumsi makanan, bebek, soto, bakso, yang tinggi lemak, itu sama juga mohon maaf ini ya, jadi terjawab ya rasa frustasinya, kok nggak turun-turun berat badan saya. Oke, next slide please. Oke, from this research we know that after an hour, post exercise, we find that the insulin hormone reach its peak in your blood. So the answer is insulin who responsible activating the HSL, hormone sensitive lipase. Nah, jadi kalau selama ini Anda selalu dapat informasi yang menstimulasi insulin itu adalah makanan, jawabannya sekarang ada lagi. Yang menstimulasi insulin juga karena exercise. Nah ini ya. Oke, next slide. Nah, so HIIA, high intensity intermittent exercise or training, was the best for lipid withdrawal and mobilization. Most effective to reduce lipid storage and body composition. Next, what about the lipolysis? The important ones. The last step of fat burn. Next slide. Before cells burn the fat inside in the mitochondria, the fatty acids has to translocate from the outside of the cell to inside of the cell via lipid transporter, namely CD36 proteins. Mohon maaf, ini bukan ukuran CD, bukan ya? Bukan ukuran CD. Nanti dikira CD36 itu ukuran CD, bukan. CD36 itu nama protein, ya. Nama protein. CD36. CD36 present at the membrane of the cells, ya, who burn the fat. Okay. At this picture, the cell is myocardial cell. Yeah. All cells who responsible to burn fat presented the CD36 at the membrane to help the fatty acids across the membrane and bring into the mitochondria. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. The interesting ones is, you know that our muscles has two kinds of fiber. The first one is red muscle fiber and white muscle fiber. And the CD36 present a lot in red muscles than in white muscle. That is the fact. So this is the key. To bring more fatty acid inside of the muscle, we need muscle with characterized as red muscles. Okay. So how come, next slide please. Next slide please. Yeah. Langsung aja terus sampai di akhir aja. Ya, yeah. Oke, tinggal singkat. Sampai ke exercise formulation. Okay. I recommend you to do the high intensity intermittent exercise to withdraw your fat storage. Okay. If you are the non-athlete individuals. Jadi kalau Anda bukan atlet dan orientasinya kepingin kurus, sebaiknya melakukan high intensity intermittent exercise saja. Karena tidak ada tuntutan Anda untuk menghasilkan energi yang besar untuk melakukan aktivitas kindly of sport competition. But if you are an athlete, next slide. Next slide. You need to continue your high intensity intermittent exercise with an endurance training session. Kenapa? Karena untuk bisa memakai fat yang sudah dibongkar tadi dirubah menjadi energi, maka itu hanya bisa dilakukan dengan endurance training. Jadi harus diikuti. Ya. Next slide. Saya menemukan satu jurnal, artikel gitu ya, yang membahas ini baru satu. Ini kesempatan buat panjenengan semua yang masih mahasiswa atau Bapak Ibu dosen yang kemudian tertarik dengan penelitian ini, sudah dicoba ternyata. A bout of high intensity intermittent exercise followed by prolonged session of endurance training increase fat burn more than another exercise program. Jadi ini yang kemudian boleh dicontoh kalau kepingin selain ingin menurunkan berat badan, tapi juga kepingin mendapatkan energi yang berlebih. Diawali pemanasannya pakai HIIE, lalu intinya dilanjutkan dengan endurance training. Hasilnya silakan nanti dibaca pada jurnal ini, bagus sekali. Okay, this is our last presentation. Thank you very much. Kembali ke moderator.
Give applause to Prof. Bambang. Prof. Bambang, I feel shy because sometimes every day I eat more food but less activity. And how about you, Mr. Bambang? Prof. Bambang, how do you do after you eat more? Do you go to walk or go running or go yoga to burn your fat?
After I eat soto, I eat bebek, I eat others delicious food, I go to the mosque and please God forgive me for my sins. Today I eat more fat than others day. Okay? Jokes ya. Jadi kalau kemudian kita makan banyak gitu ya, ya sudahlah nggak apa-apa. Yang penting kemudian kita memulai untuk apa? Melakukan exercise. Nggak apa-apa, santai aja.
Okay, thank you, Professor. For participant, if you have question, you can ask to Professor Bambang. Anyone to ask question, please? Okay, Mister. Anyone give microphone to that Mister? Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, my name is Sabil. It's very interesting. I have two questions actually. The first one is, when should we do the exercise in the intermittent windows? Let's say I took a breakfast in the morning. So when is the most optimal time to do the exercise? I took, let's say, I eat at the 7 o'clock in the morning and I do intermittent fasting after. And when is the most optimal time to do it? And secondly, what's your take on supplementations that promises fat reducing or fat burning? That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, the second question, could you please repeat that?
Okay, the second question is, what's your take on supplementation for fat burning? Okay.
Right, thank you. This is quite interesting. The first one is when the best time to start the high intensity intermittent exercise. If you have at 7, if you have a breakfast at 7, you can start your exercise after 9 o'clock. Okay. And the second one, is there any supplement or like that, drugs or to help to burn fat more than without supplement? There are kind of supplement which we can use to help more in fat burning. The first one, I can recommend you to take carnitine to help more in get in the fatty acid into the mitochondria. The second one is a combination of vitamin B complex with vitamin C to balance the oxidative respiration inside the mitochondria to generate our energy. And the third one, it's still being a research. We search any supplement who can increase the myoglobin concentration inside our muscles. What is it? I can tell you now. Maybe later. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Bambang, and thank you, Mr. Abil. And anyone to ask question, please? The student from UP, do you have question? Or Mr. Bambang, I have question. Maybe it's most difficult if we have a circle. We have parents, wife, or son, or neighbor. They obey, but I think we difficult to say to give advice different compare with my student. Something in my class, go running. If you eat more, go running. It's so easy, but my circle, big circle, it is so hard to give advice. What do you think about that, Mister?
Start from you. Start from us. Give a big example. Maybe some of our students, mereka tahu dulu saya seperti apa, gemuknya seperti apa. Gitu. Saya tersadar itu. Kalau saya tidak berusaha, maka student saya tidak akan percaya sama saya. Ya, tanya sama mereka. Banyak yang tanya saya, kok kurusan sekarang. Start from us, give a good example, and baru diberitahu, diberi advice. Kalau cuma advice nggak akan bisa.
Before we give advice, we have to give a sample ya, brand ambassador, good body, more exercise. I think more eat is not problem, but we have to consider. This is the real food, junk food, or healthy food. Sometimes we forget all food we eat all. Anyone to ask or Mister? Maybe the last question for.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andri. Prof. Bambang. Prof. Bambang is my lecturer 10 years ago. We meet again today. Okay, I want to ask, nowadays in the fitness industry, it's very popular. High intensity intermittent exercise or high intensity interval training. This is popular for fat loss. Yeah, but now there are so many people that they do the high intensity interval training or high intensity intermittent exercise. They come from they didn't exercise yet, yeah, but they have to do a high intensity exercise like jumping and then like a squat jump and then a hip thrust, and then there are so many effects that they don't do the exercise with a good technique. And the muscle and the alignment and that there are so many muscle imbalance to do the exercise. So they feel the pain and then there is an inflammation and like that. How we can prevent this? Because it's very popular. And so many people want to do this, but they don't belum siap to do the exercise. Okay, thank you.
Okay. You need to a session before you doing some high intensity intermittent exercise with the warming up first before you done the high intensity intermittent exercise. The best is you have to do is make a stretching, dynamically or statically to avoid the injury. Okay. Jadi harus ada pemanasannya, karena selama melakukan high intensity intermittent exercise itu kita tidak akan pernah tahu kapan terjadinya eksentrik yang bisa induce injury. Sehingga ototnya harus disiapkan dulu. The best is dengan passive or dynamic stretching. Seperti itu kira-kira. Mungkin ada yang mau dikonfirmasi lagi.
Thank you. Enough.
Thank you, Professor Bambang. I think we come the end of the session, and give applause to Prof. Bambang. Professor, we have give for you a Cindramata. Stay here, please. Maybe the Dean, you can give Cindramata for Professor. Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, now the next session we have one of the professor from our campus, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. He is Professor Ali Maksum, and the topic will present about the sport pedagogy. Give applause to Professor Ali. Thank you. Professor Ali has published a lot of journal, especially about the psychology and sport pedagogy. If you want to see the journal, you can see in Sinta, click the Sinta and click the name Professor Ali Maksum. You can see many of journal they have Mr. Professor Ali published. Professor Ali, you have 20 minutes to present about your paper, your work, and for participant, you have 10 minutes, and please give attention for this material, and you can ask the best question for Professor. Professor, time is yours.
I'm good to stay this.
Yes, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Morning, yes. Yeah, good morning for everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, especially for Dean, Faculty of Sports Science and Health, Pak Cahyo, and also organizing committee, Mas Lutfi, guest speaker, Prof. Aman, and also friend from UK. Yeah. Welcome to Indonesia and welcome to Surabaya. Uh, Now I am to talk about sport pedagogy in society 5.0, the role of critical thinking and innovation. I think this topic is very crucial in the current situation. Why? Because there is gap between expectation and reality. There is gap between input and outcome. There is gap between promise and evidence. So, you know, the last 20 years, state and status of physical education in Indonesia is very crucial problem. And I think also in the term of society 5.0. Why? Because society 5.0 is integration between cyberspace and physical space, including using information technology. So I think it's very crucial for physical activities in student and also for youth in Indonesia. Next slide. In modern society, fulfillment of physical activity is very serious problem, because based on data from Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of Indonesia, about 77% of total population using information technology or gadget, or cellular or handphone. So in this context, 80% of this total using gadget about more than 2 hours per day. So I think it is very crucial, in line with physical activity for students. And then in the context of society 5.0, the problem of how to do physical activity, because many people, I think not only for children but also for youth and adult people, using handphone every day, more than 2 hours per day. So this is the serious problem in our communities. And the fundamental question is, what should physical education teacher do to prepare children and youth for this condition? Next slide. Now, using information technology in physical education learning, I think is very important thing. Why? Because there is a possibility of combining face-to-face learning and online learning, as we call as a blended learning. And then learning service to students are more personalized and therefore more democratic. And the last but not least, management of student learning become easier and more efficient. So actually, using information technology is so better to do this effort in physical education in school. Unfortunately, information technology and the abundance of learning resources have not been able to be used by teachers to improve the quality of physical education learning. Next. Let's look at the data. This is the data from Sport Development Index report, Ministry of Youth and Sport in 2022. This is the level of physical fitness among students in Indonesia. This condition, I think, is a very, very serious problem. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, physical education has not succeeded in the fulfilling its promise to improve physical fitness and shape the character of student. You know, look at the data, only about 5% students in Indonesia have above good category, but poor category and very poor category is most of student in Indonesia. I think it is very crucial because it is susceptible to disease. Next. And this condition, I think, in line with the condition of about non-communicable disease in Indonesia. Non-communicable disease is about, ya, kita menyebut penyakit non menular. Jadi kalau istilah WHO adalah non-communicable disease. Apa itu? Stroke, diabetes. Tadi Prof. Bambang menyebut obesity. It is non-communicable disease, dan it is very crucial because 70%, more than 70%, yeah, of the human death in the world are caused because by non-communicable disease. Actually, not COVID-19, but non-communicable disease. It is very, very crucial problem in terms of health. In this data, you look at it. This is in 2014. Yeah. The number of cases is about 6.1 million, and then in 2018, yeah, increased to become 16.2 million. Based on cost of non-communicable disease in 2014, around 2.4 trillion, and then in 2018 to become 20.4 trillion. I think it is very, very serious problem. Maybe you know how much sport budget in Indonesia? Anybody knows? Berapa anggaran olahraga di Indonesia? Ada yang tahu? How much sport budget? Sport budget in Indonesia about 2.3 trillion a year. Jadi sekitar 2,3 triliun per tahun. Ya. Padahal jumlah penduduk Indonesia itu 270 juta. Ya. Ya, jadi hanya sekitar mungkin 5 sampai 6 ribu per kepala. Jadi sangat kecil. So it is the one of the main problem in Indonesia. Next. Nah, in line with this condition, how to improve it? I think state that the one of the solution of this problem is how to improve physical education teacher. I think the main solution, how to improve the quality of physical education teacher, especially about the critical thinking. Why critical thinking? Because critical thinking is skill to process various facts and information, to overcome this problem based on fact, based on logically, based on analysis, based on evaluation. Unfortunately, many of our physical education teacher not do it. Yeah. And then how to improve it? Yeah. Next. The fundamental question is how to improve critical thinking. Number one is evaluate the information. Yeah. Evaluate the information and existing evidence. Why physical fitness is very low? Why physical fitness of student is very low? Why? Yeah. Why? Yeah. Character of our student is very low. Why? Yeah. I think it is very, very important thing. And then number two, check and compare the source diversity talks. Yeah. Check and compare the source is a very critical problem. Yeah. Number three, ask a lot of questions. Number four, reason through logic. How to think logically. Yeah. And then number five, make a decision. Make decision is the last choice. After we have to do something, yeah, from number one until number four. Next. And then innovation to improve evidence. How to improve evidence? Because in fact, the outcome of physical education is very poor. The question is how to improve it. Yeah. The answer is innovation. Innovation in learning, teaching, learning process. Yeah. Innovation is the use of new ideas, product, or method when they have not been used before. Yeah. For example, how to construct daily physical activity program. Yeah. How to our student doing physical activity every day, not only for in the curriculum just one time a week. Not enough. Daily physical activity is very, very crucial. And I think it is, yeah, we have to do it to achieve physical fitness for our student. Okay. And then, how to do it for physical education teacher? I think it is not easy to do it. Yeah. Innovation is needed. How to daily physical activity tracker. Yeah. How to develop a device to measure of daily physical activity of student. It is very, very important because this is the device to implement this program, daily physical activity program for our school. And then in line with this program, how to measure our physical fitness of our student. Now, we have to construct what I call physical fitness tracker, like SIPGAR. Maybe you know SIPGAR. SIPGAR adalah salah satu instrumen yang didesain oleh Menteri Kesehatan untuk mengukur tingkat kebugaran. Dan itu based on internet, website based on application Dan kalau itu bisa dilakukan secara serempak saya kira itu cara yang mudah untuk bisa melakukan ini The program I call school-based physical activity intervention. Without it, everything is nothing. Yeah. Physical fitness for students not achieved without it. Next slide. Yeah, this is the last slide. We have to aware that the task of physical education teacher is how to prepare student for here and the future. Not only for current situation, but also in the future. The fundamental question is how to improve it, how to prepare it. Yeah, because in the future, many challenges. For example, disruption of technology. Yeah. And then loneliness. It is in line with society 5.0. And then sedentary lifestyle. I think it is the problem and the now and the future. So physical literacy is very important. What about physical literacy? Physical literacy is about knowledge, physical competence, engagement, involvement in physical activity, and responsibility. And the whole of the program, the whole of element, the end of the program is lifelong physical activity and healthy lifestyle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I think sport pedagogy has many beneficial because we can raise the student to healther, stronger, and because maybe 30 years later, the student, and the 30 years later, next, the student will be leader. What can imagine if the next leader have not good, healthier, not good condition and maybe weak for the condition. We have prepare where we have to attention that, and thank you very much. And the next session is Q&A. Anyone to ask, have question, please? The question? Anyone who want ask question? Maybe the participant is thinking about the question, Professor, and I have question for you, Professor. This is crucial for the physical education. The student have weak condition. How can we prepare the teacher, sport teacher? Because the sport teacher is one of the men standing in front of maybe the important. So how can influence the physical education to have the good attitude and good theory about this critical thinking, Professor?
To improve physical education in school, number one is about teacher, physical education teacher. I think it is number one. Why? Because the teacher is actually how to improve, how to teach sport activity, sport values for students. Yeah. But in terms of the low level of quality of physical education teacher, I think not many hope in the future. So I recommend that the number one is how to improve quality of physical education teacher, number one. And then number two is, of course, how to improve institution of physical institution of physical education teacher, gitu, like LPTK, gitu, ya, because you know PPG, gitu ya, pendidikan profesi guru, professional development for teacher, I think is need to improve, gitu, because the result of research about what difference between professional teacher and non-professional teacher is the same, gitu, not different, gitu. So the question is, what difference, gitu? I think it's the result of Fraud World Bank, yeah? The result is the same, not different between professional teacher and not professional, gitu. Yeah, in line with certification program. So I think it is very crucial for in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. From participant, do you have question? Anyone? Okay, Mister, please.
Okay, thank you for your time. My name is Januar from Sport Coaching Education. I want to ask to Professor Ali. My question is, in school today we give an sport education only once a week, yeah. Yeah. So how we can improve our goals or our purpose in sport education, especially for our next generation, ya. Jadi kita pelajaran pendidikan jasmani di sekolah-sekolah 1 minggu sekali. Lalu untuk mencapai tujuan untuk meningkatkan pendidikan terutama dari segi olahraga itu bagaimana, Bapak Profesor? Terima kasih.
Yeah, Mas Januar is my friend in badminton.
Wow, really, sir?
Yeah.
I think he is athlete.
Ya, teman dalam badminton. Jadi gini, saya jawab aja supaya jelas ya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Jadi begini, kita tidak bisa berharap banyak kalau kita hanya menggantungkan pada 1 jam pertemuan. This is impossible to achieve the goal of physical education. No, impossible. So, how to improve it? Tadi saya sarankan adalah lakukan apa yang disebut dengan daily physical activity. Jadi aktivitas fisik harian. Jadi siswa harus diprogramkan dia memiliki aktivitas fisik harian. Jadi model pertamanya adalah misalnya gini, kalau di luar negeri ada istilah before and after school. Jadi sebelum dan sesudah sekolah, maka siswa diberikan kebebasan untuk melakukan aktivitas fisik. Jadi aktivitas fisik tidak hanya dalam kurikulum yang 2 kali 40 menit, no. Jadi siswa masuk sebelum kelas, oke, silakan berolahraga. Setelah kelas selesai, silakan berolahraga. Before and after school, oke? Yang kedua adalah walking and biking to school. Jadi kalau ke sekolah itu berjalan atau bersepeda. Ya. Kan kita umumnya anak-anak itu jarak 1 kilo diantar orang tuanya. No, tidak boleh diantar. Jalan. Anak-anak harus jalan itu. Atau kalau tidak jalan, naik sepeda. Ya. Nah, kemudian yang ketiga adalah harus ada intervensi di dalam keluarga. Jadi saya ingat mungkin kalau dulu guru-guru agama itu biasanya menugaskan kepada anak-anak siswanya itu silahkan kamu misalnya dia kalau ikut Jumatan, kalau puasa ikut traweh itu, dia mencatat itu. Jadi yang traweh hari ini siapa yang ngaji, isinya apa. Maka guru pendidikan jasmani bisa menugaskan itu. Coba anak-anak, oke, buat daftar Senin sampai Minggu. Hari Senin apa yang kamu lakukan di rumah? Catat di situ kamu melakukan apa, sepak bola, berapa menit, catat itu. Menurut saya hanya dengan cara begitu, maka itu akan bisa berhasil. Jika harus mengandalkan satu kali, no, impossible to achieve it. Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Anyone to from participant? I think the last question, because time flies and we come to the end of session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the time you give it to me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mariska. I'm from Sport Education. My question is the challenge of 5.0 sociality era is to balance the physical and online interaction. What are the rules which can be done by the physical education teacher?
Sorry, maybe closer with the mic.
Okay.
Could you repeat that question?
Yes, I will repeat again. The challenge of 5.0 sociality era is to balance to physical and online interaction. What are the rules which can be done by the physical education teacher?
Okay, I try to answer it. In the term of society 0.0, I think it is the abundance of resources about physical education and also sport gitu ya. The problem is how to connect between abundance of resources and student activities gitu. Number one is limitation of using cellular phone for student gitu. Jadi nomor satu adalah membatasi waktu anak menggunakan handphone gitu. Jadi kalau di luar negeri itu, di Australia misalnya, screen time itu maksimal 2 jam per hari. Jadi anak itu menyentuh HP itu maksimal 2 jam. Lebih dari itu dianggap itu problem gitu. Ya. Yang kedua tentu tadi yang saya sampaikan juga pada waktu pertanyaan pertama. Jadi kita harus memberikan assignment kepada anak untuk melakukan aktivitas fisik gitu. Jadi memberikan tugas memang gitu kepada anak. Jadi tinggal nanti membuat report kepada gurunya. Ya. Cuman saran saya tadi supaya guru tidak repot-repot harus ngecek satu-satu laporan manual, maka dibuatlah aplikasi gitu. Aplikasi yang bisa memastikan semua data anak terrecord, masing-masing anak melakukan apa, Senin melakukan apa, Selasa melakukan apa, berapa menit. Nah, dengan begitu saya yakin itu apa yang diharapkan tadi yang menjadi ancaman ya, dalam society 5.0 itu akan tereliminasi dengan baik. Ya. Saya kira itu. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. I think time is enough, and I think we have big responsibility because most of participants from sport major, and I want to make sure attention we can raise the children healthier, stronger for the Indonesia, because one day, the future, the leader of Indonesia have good condition, no weak or stronger and stronger, and I think Indonesia be better the next week. And the last, please do it. You have many information from speaker about the healthy lifestyle. Please do it now. After that, yeah, more eat and more exercise. Thank you, and give applause to Professor Ali. Okay, the next professor we have give for you, Mr. Muhammad. Can you give the cenderamata? Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is presentation from UK, Mr. Hunter and Mr. Donnell. And the next moderator is Miss Gita. Miss Gita, come to the stage. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for having me. And see you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed colleagues and participants from all around Indonesia. My name is Gita Benevita Suprianto, and I will be the moderator for the last session. Thank you for keeping up with us. I know we are behind our schedule, but I hope you still have the energy and the enthusiasm to follow our last session. As we kick off this session, I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us both physically and virtually. All right, our theme for this afternoon session is focusing on the relationship between age-specific coaching and the development of the England DNA in football. We are honored that we have two distinguished speakers with us, Matt Hunter, the Academy Coordinator of Football Elite Development, and Dan O'Neill, the head coach of Tranmere Rovers Football Club. Their combined expertise promises to provide us with a comprehensive perspective on the topic. Okay, so without further ado, let's invite Matt and Dan to the podium to deliver their presentation. Let's give up a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all. Okay, we have a video for you on the topic of age-specific coaching and the development of the England DNA from our esteemed owner and chairman of our professional football club, Mr. Mark Palios. We will go on to introduce him as the former director of the FA, former chief executive of the FA, and during which time he helped to implement some of the philosophies that have resulted in the more recent success of the England national teams. I think you go on to talk about some messages that whenever you try to install any philosophy, that you need some patience to be able to achieve that, and we'll talk about that. So then we'll play the video, and then if Matt and I are here to answer any questions that anyone will have.
Yeah, sure. All right.
The topics that are covered from the chairman in his speech, they're all linked to what we at Tranmere Rovers do with our players, but also with what we are going to be working with UNESA on. So Tranmere Rovers and UNESA are starting a collaboration, a football collaboration, and these messages are going to be integral to that relationship as well. So that forms the basis of it. As Dan said, the topics included will be the chairman's history at the FA, one of the most high roles in English football. The way in which England have developed in the last 25 years to become champions, world champions and European champions at youth level. And then, like Dan said, about having patience to get to your long-term objectives and what you're trying to achieve, which I think is a message not just in football, but in all sports and in life as well.
And then finally, we talk about what it means for England and the success that we've had in England, but the main reason for the collaboration between Tranmere and UNESA is for us to help to improve or help to develop and harness the talent and the passion that you guys have for football. So it's talking about our experiences, but that's only to inform the future experiences that we have and what we can learn from those messages to help to apply to your culture and environment.
So I think we can play the video. Whiskey will go.
Hi, my name is Mark Palias. I'm the chairman of Tranmere Rovers Football Club and the former chief executive of the Football Association of England. What I want to do today is to talk a little bit about the history of the FA, a little bit about how we researched and changed the direction of England's coaching. Four-corner model, which is an age-specific coaching, which is the cornerstone of modern British coaching. And also help to talk about how you can shape your own future in terms of coaching in this country, get the scale that you need to get. And at the end of the day, I think you will see that the changes to the coaching system that we made in England, I think it was in 2007, made a big difference to the way in which the success of the England teams over the course of the last 6 years has been based on what we did then. I'm Mark Palias. I'm the chairman of Tranmere Rovers Football Club and the former chief executive of the Football Association. I was a professional footballer and I played with professional clubs for 17 years and over 400 games in 12 seasons in the English Football League. I was also a senior partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I used to be the European leader for business regeneration. That's changing businesses for the better. Tranmere Rovers Football Club was founded in 1884. We currently compete in the English Football League in League Two, and we are located in the northwest of England in the Liverpool City region, which is a unique piece of footballing geography. It's where professional football started in England over the course of the 19th century, and of course has grown out into being the world game. We were Football League Cup finalists in the year 2000, and recently we've been to Wembley 4 times in 5 years, back-to-back promotions into League One, and through COVID we were relegated back into League Two. We've sold over £30 million worth of talent that we had developed, of players that we had developed here at Tranmere Rovers. And our international team, our international coaches who are out in Indonesia with you, have 7 years of international coaching experience working in North America, in Indonesia, in China, and in Europe generally. When I was at the FA as chief executive, I did a number of things which involved financing the construction of the new Wembley Stadium and saving the FA to its homes at the time from borrowing a further £135 million, etc. I also protected the women's game that we can see is now flourishing both here in England and around the globe, and oversaw the overhaul of our disciplinary process, which hadn't been changed since the 1970s. Perhaps one of the biggest features of what happened at the FA when I was there was I oversaw the remodelling of the England DNA. That's the current DNA, the current way in which we coach and how we changed our coaching. And hopefully today I can give you some of the lessons that we learned, and we learned the hard way, which has brought us to a situation whereby now we have one of the most successful coaching structures, I think, in the world, is fair to say. Following off from my experience as a professional footballer, I understood that in England we had been reasonably arrogant as a professional game, and we had not really embraced the changes that were going on in the rest of Western Europe, where technique was starting to overcome the physical capability that the English game had. During the course of my playing career, we were quite dominant in Europe, and that was based on our physical ability, the aggression that we showed as footballers. But what was clear was through the 80s and the 90s, we slipped behind the rest of the world, and especially the European teams, as they tended to develop technique. Part of this was as a consequence of us being out of Europe because of the hooliganism problem, which I know besets the professional game in Indonesia. I think what was important was when I went to the FA, Gerard Houllier, who was one of the architects of the French system, was the manager of Liverpool here on Merseyside. And he took me around the French system. So I looked at the French system in detail. I went to Clairefontaine, and we've walked back coaching techniques from there, etc. We also looked at the Spanish system, which was very successful at that stage in the development teams, but not in terms of the senior team. It subsequently became a very successful team, and that's one of the points that we should take out of today, that this is not a quick fix. You have to do it over a period of time. So you have to recognize that, and you have to understand that that's one of the difficulties that you will face if you seek to change your coaching system. On the visits to France, we brought back, as I say, some of the coaching techniques that they use. Particularly what we see is this development of age-appropriate coaching, age-specific coaching, that you had a system whereby you dealt with what the guys, what the players could understand and take on board within their age, the size of the pitch that they'd be operating on, so all the logistics around that as well. That was one of the things. The other thing was, I think that if you looked at the English system and what was happening, we were very successful at schoolboy level because we chose the big physical guys, and of course they were quite significantly better at that stage at the ages of 13 and 14. But by the time they got to 18 and 19, they were caught up by other players, but they hadn't developed the technical skills that they needed. And that was the culture of the game in this country, and that was one of the things that we had to overcome, because every school teacher wanted to be successful, and what they wanted, therefore, was big players as opposed to technically gifted players. And of course, the coaching that produced that was different to the coaching that we now see in England. Having got this stuff from France and overlaid that on what the FA was doing in terms of developing this age-specific coaching, we also took it and produced from that what I'll talk about a little bit later, which is the four-corner model, which appreciates the fact that yes, you've got to develop the technical skills, yes, you've got to develop the physical ability of the players, etc. But you've also got to develop the more psychological aspects, so the decision-making, the bravery of the player, but also the teamwork, the social aspects of playing football. And if you develop that holistic model of a player, you then get a better player, a player that is okay physically and capably can do what he wants, is technically adept, but also is brave enough to make the right decisions in the difficulties that he or she will face when they play in front of crowds. Because I can tell you from my personal experience, it's a lot different playing in front of a crowd than controlling a ball on a training ground when there is no crowd and striking the shot, etc. So those aspects were developed in the four-corner model. And you look at the short-term and the long-term objectives. If we looked at what we did, we introduced this system in 2007. And that's an important date, because 10 years later, we became the under-17 world champions, the under-19 European champions, and the under-20 world champions. And to this day, the England senior teams has a plethora of technically gifted players. That means that we go further and further in those competitions than we used to do. And you only have to look at the women's game as well, and you'll see that there again, they use the same techniques that we use in terms of coaching, they use the same system, and they're starting to develop technically gifted players who again make the right decisions under pressure, etc., etc. So this change took about 10 years to go through the system for a 7-year-old kid to become a 17-year-old kid. And that patience is required, not just to the players and the coaches, but from the whole culture of the game and from the FA, etc. If I then say that you need collaboration as well, I mean by that, your FA may well have a system of coaching that they adhere to. In China, for example, when we were working there, we were asked to help the Inner Mongolian government. We had a 3-year memorandum of understanding to help them because President Xi had said that they should win the World Cup in 2050. We had to explain to the coaches there, which was largely dealt with through their education system, that winning the games at a junior level wasn't the most important thing. The difficulty was, of course, that every headmaster looked and judged his sports teachers by virtue of the fact as to whether the school team was successful or not. That was difficult because we were then preaching, well, actually what you need to do is to understand the ability, the acquisition of skills and technique rather than physique. And that was, again, a difficult thing because despite what we said, we could only train so many coaches, and they then got absorbed in a much wider culture within coaching and within teaching. And so they were subsumed, that at the end of the day, they were less effective. And of course, then it wasn't seen as a success. So you have to define what you're trying to achieve. You have to define what success is. And you also have to make sure that you have the other parties that collaborate. Your FA, for example. If you can't get your FA to collaborate, what game system are your players going to play? It'll be one which is, in the early days, is dominated possibly by physique rather than technique. And as a consequence, you won't be successful. So having that patience, but getting the collaboration is massively important. I'd like to talk now a little bit about the four-corner model and the age-specific coaching. On the screen, you'll see the different age phases that we feel work for us. 5 to 9, 9 to 12, 12 to 16, and 16 to 21. And in each of those phases, you develop the player in a certain way to the extent that you can do. And they're the terms that we use. Of course, the four-corner model has to then be overlaid on the age-specific coaching and what the children, what the players can take in terms of their particular age or the stage of their development. And it looks at each age group, each age phase, and then you will deal with the four corners, the technical and the tactical. Technical and tactical is quite simple. It's a simple game. It's attacking, defending, and then there's a transition between both of those. And then you're talking about the physical, the strength and conditioning. You can't do too much with a young child in that regard, but at the right time, you have to be able to sort of get them to develop physically so that they are the best that they can do. And then the two ones that I think people miss most, and that is the psychological and the social, is the teamwork and the leadership, because you want everybody to be a leader basically, but also to accept leadership in the social phases. And then the psychological, which for me, I think, is the difference between a very good amateur player and a professional player. The skill acquisition, what they can take, the bravery, do they show and play football? Do they want to be on the ball when they're losing at home 1-0 in front of a crowd? Or do they just play when you're 3-0 up? You need people to play when you're down as well. And decision making, are you prepared to accept the ball? You've been given the technical skills to accept the ball in difficult situations when there's a lot of traffic around you, but do you actually show for it and want it? So all of these things are necessary. You can probably get most people to a reasonable technical standard. You can get them to the same physical standards, and the difference comes with the psychological and the social. They make the difference. And if I just have one further look at that four-corner model and age-specific coaching, the children must practice a realistic version of football according to their age needs. I've said that. Understanding the four-corner model impact on the various ages, the impact of the pitch size on technical development, the smaller the pitch, the more touches the player has, etc. And that leads to greater technical development. I just touch here on futsal because in Indonesia, you have a ready-made automatic coach for technical ability. Playing futsal is a tremendous opportunity to actually imbue in your kids the technical skills that they require. It is the basis for a lot of the technically good South American players. We're Tranmere because the FA was asked to do this, but they haven't done it, or that we got the guy to do it at our club. We use futsal as part of our training, futsal to field. But if I just come back to linking the practice spectrum to the age-specific coaching, you'll see on the diagram, opposed practices at one end, and then you get to more sort of unopposed practices at one end, and you get to more opposed practices at the other end. The difference is that if you have an unopposed practice, you tend to develop technique. But if you have an opposed practice, whereby there's interference and somebody's trying, if you're passing, somebody's trying to close you down or you're trying to take a shot, then that is much more about developing a skill. There's a difference between technique and skill. I can take a perfect shot and up a perfect technique from 20 yards on goal if I'm unopposed, if I'm just standing there. But if I have somebody trying to challenge me, to kick me, then actually it's a lot harder to demonstrate that technique. And that's where skill comes in, and that's the difference. And so making sure that you get it into a position whereby instead of just passing the ball, you put them under pressure, etc. And a lot of what we do is around making it much more game-like in terms of acquiring skill. I think I touched on this before, but you have to shape your own context. And to do that, you also need to get scale. So you can have a proper games program, for example, and you have to, when we go to a place and we talk about this, we have to understand the domestic football landscape. What is the FA like? Is it run through schools, as I said before? Does the head teacher insist that you're winning games as opposed to developing players? You have to be aware of those traps, because you on your own will find it very difficult to continually progress in the way and be as patient as you have to be to see over a number of years. And I said it took us 10 years for that to develop through our system. So define success, and you've got to recognize the patience, the short-term objectives versus the long-term objectives. And that's what we did, and that's what we saw. So I think, important positive collaboration. Try and work with your FA, of course. If not, then what do? Try and get scale. You can get scale in a locality. You can get the proper games programs in a locality. You can join in schools, etc. in a locality. But get to a position whereby you're not trying to do this on your own, because it will be quite difficult to do that, I suspect. So in conclusion, I just to say, know exactly where you're going, understand the direction, look at the culture around you and how it's impacted on the chosen direction. Patience is the key, short-term versus long-term. And understand that failure is inevitable in order to reach that successful point. The four-corner model for football development and the importance of age-specific coaching, the combination of those two things are massively important. And finally, the importance of a high-level games program. And this is why you need partners to work with you on this, because they will provide the opposition that provides you. And, it's an opposition in a competitive context that has to understand that you're trying to develop players, not just win games. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you develop the right players, you will win the games. But you have to be patient.
All right, that's the presentation from Mark Palios. Thank you for your time to make the recording, even though you cannot be here physically. But today we have Matt and Dan to answer your question, guys. So if participants online or here have question, please raise your hand. Okay, sorry, before to the discussion session, Matt will make a little conclusion from what Mark presentation.
Yeah, just to summarize really what the chairman was saying and what we were saying previously about how can we as a club help UNESA and help Indonesia football development. So the first point is to understand which direction to take. Where do you want to get to is really crucial. So Mark mentioned in the speech that there was something implemented in England in the FA called the four-corner model, and that was a basis for the next 20 years of development in England. And 20 years later, England became world champions and European champions at football in under 21, under 19 and under 17. So it takes a lot of time for the plans that you put in place to come to fruition. So that's a really important one, and emphasizes that patience is really crucial. Embracing the impact of culture. So we cannot come to Indonesia and just replicate exactly what we do in England here, because it does not work. We need to embrace the culture of Indonesia, embrace the passion for football, the passion for futsal, and use that to create Indonesia's own identity. That's really important as well. The understanding that failure is inevitable in order to reach success. So when we work with our players, we encourage failure. We want them to fail, because if you don't fail, you don't have challenges to overcome. So that is really important, not just in football, but in life. So we try to put our players in those positions on a constant basis. And then just to summarize at the end, the importance of age-specific coaching in football. So that we cannot coach an 8-year-old the same as an 18-year-old. They are two completely different ends of the spectrum, and you need to be appropriate in the way that you are working with these players in order to develop them in the right way. Which then includes a really important games program, so that the competitive level is constant, and that's something that we're going to try to help install here.
So, yeah, you are up to the questions? Okay, sure. Okay, participants and everyone that here, maybe you have question to ask, please feel free to ask, because they are flew from far away, from UK, and then they are here. So if you have any question that you want to ask to them, please. Yeah.
Check. All right. All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Vandira Pustiawinanti. I'm a student from Sport Coaching Education. I want to ask about, I'm very interested in four corners model that he mentioned on the video. For example, from a player within among 14 to 16 years old, when we say he trained at the physical stage for their age, but at the technique part, he already passed all the indicator at his age category. What should we do? Do we need to train to the all corners according to the age category, or we can skip and pass to the next age stage indicator? That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we try to individualize the training so that the age group that you talk about, 14 to 16, typically in our culture, it's the time when children are experiencing different growths, like growth patterns, growth problems. Some children haven't started to develop fully yet. Some children are more fully developed than others. So at that age, we provide like a 4-corner profile for each individual player. So for example, you might have a 14-year-old whose technical level is a 17-year-old technical level, but their physical level might be a 13-year-old, and their social level might be a 16-year-old, and their psychological level might be that of a 14-year-old. So across each corner, you can profile the player, and then you can start to look at which areas do they need the most development focus on. So for that player, for the example, it will be try to consider their physical development, and then you would quite possibly need to be patient with that particular player, because they show good profiles in the other 3 corners, but it's just the physical corner that they need to improve on. So that would be our way to train that player would be not to just put them in the group, but to really like focus on an individual level on which parts of the four corners that they need to focus on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So next question, perhaps if anyone wants to ask question. I'm sure that you guys have a lot of questions in your mind. Please feel free to ask it. If you want to ask in Indonesia, it's also fine. I will translate it to them, so it doesn't have to be in English. Perhaps from Upi? Because I saw that your face like want to ask question, but kinda you're afraid. No, not yet. It's not finished yet. I think there will be like another question, perhaps. Okay, if not, then I want to ask a question then. Okay, what are the most important components in developing young age athletes' talent? Yeah. The most important components in developing young age athletes' talent to develop their talent in young age. It's a difficult question.
No, you don't need the microphone, makes it difficult to hear. What did you say?
Most important component to develop
So to develop the talent of the athletes, you need to find the right challenge point for them to be able to really sort of stimulate the mindset and stimulate the ability of that player. So we've got a big thing about working with our players on a psychological basis, because it's such an important part of the game in England. You're going to always, or in the world, you're always going to find yourself in tough situations, whether it's in football or in life, and it's how you can deal with those setbacks and how you can deal with that, which is really important. So we delivered a session 2 days ago here at UNESA, and we were focusing on taking risks, because if you take risks, then you are challenging yourself mentally, but also putting yourself in a position where you can fail, and then it's then how you react to that and how you develop that failure into a positive, and how you learn from that failure to then continue to take risks and feel more comfortable in taking risks. And then that stimulates your mind and your mental bravery, and then that allows you to really get the best out of yourself as an athlete.
Thank you for your answer. It's such an insightful answer. So, anyone maybe? Yeah, okay, if there is no other question again, I think I will wrap this session and I will finalize the last session of this afternoon. Okay, so as we move forward, let's carry the, okay, so there is one last question. Okay, please ask your question.
Okay, let me introduce myself. Now, my name is Waris Ratio Nirwansya. A question in from four corners model, which one should we train first, or the more important thing, or is it trained simultaneously together on a training session? Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
From four corner models, which one should we train first, or the more important thing, or is it trained simultaneously together on a training session?
Yeah, so again, really good question. We make a consideration to every corner, all four corners, during every single training session. So whatever session you perform or whatever session you provide for your students, you need to consider how much emphasis is placed on each corner. Now, in the long-term development of the players, the corners are equally important as each other. So over the course of a period, you shouldn't be doing too much physical compared to social, or you shouldn't be doing too much of one and not enough of the other areas. However, during the course of a training period, you might have one session that challenges them a lot physically, but then the next session challenges them less physically but more psychologically, and then the next session challenges them more socially and like an even amount physically. So you have like different, as the sessions go on, different considerations, but a wide variety of heavy on one corner, light on another corner, that over the course of a period of time that you train all the corners equally.
Okay, so thank you for your answer. I hope it helps.
Easy.
Okay, apparently we got question from live YouTube, so I will present the question first and then I will tell you. Okay, we have great player until 17 years old, but after that, only little can continue to pro club. How we prepare the career of the football player if the percentage of chance to be pro player is limited? Yeah.
So the most important aspect of football from any age is that you have to love it. You have to enjoy playing it like all the time. So in England, it is our religion, football. Like on the streets, you're always playing with your friends. In Brazil, it's the same in the streets, the street football, and that generates the talent, but it generates a real love for the game. So when you get to the older age groups, it's really tough to become a professional football player. Only in England, 0.1% of players who are in an academy make it as a professional player. So that's 99.9% will not make it. So you need to add a professional club. So if you don't get the opportunity to play professional, but you still love the game, you can still play, but maybe at a lower standard, which then you will continue to play, and then that will help you raise your level. So we are very lucky that in England there is a really strong what we call football pyramid. So there are many divisions. So Tranmere in the League 2, but there are another 10 divisions below. So if one of our players doesn't get an opportunity at Tranmere, then there is an opportunity to play in the other clubs. And if you play in those other clubs and you'll do well, then you will rise back up again. So it's just being able to work with the players, make them understand that it's going to be really tough to become a professional athlete, because you need to make it your life, you need to make it your religion. But if you don't, then that's okay, because there's so many other opportunities, not just to play football, but to stay involved in football, like learning sports science. You can be a nutritionist, you could go into psychology or analysis. There are so many different roles in football that if you love, then you will find a way to stay within the game, and even if you don't have the success of being offered a contract straight away.
Okay, thank you, Matt, for your answer. Maybe in the near future, because of you coming here, we can have a lot of division in the football academy. So yeah, I would like to read the next question. How big is the improvement if the exercise program is implemented in Indonesia? Because there is a difference in weather and the culture in Indonesia. Yeah.
So when we discussed how to implement a training program, the main consideration is the culture and the environment in which it's going to be implemented. So we have experience as a football club of delivering in different areas of the world, and different regions have different abilities to harness and different challenges. So it's getting the balance right between the challenges. So the challenge here in that instance would be the climate. It's difficult to train for long periods of time. It's difficult to train. You have to train early morning or late in the evening. So when we're planning our program for delivery with UNESA, these are all considerations that we need to take into account. So do we need to train less on the physical corner? Do we need to make sure that the technical, the social and the psychological corners are strong? Because then when you get to the older age groups, then you can start to push yourself a little bit more physically, I think. But also the competition that you find yourself in, they already have the same problems. It's like not a global, but it's a problem that your competitors will also have. So they already have the same problems. If you can work on the other solutions and be better in the other areas, then that will give you the better chance to develop longer term.
Yeah.
And also in terms of like your culture and the climate, like Indonesia, futsal is incredible, like really, really good at futsal. Futsal, the ball is on the floor. Technically, you are learning so much and you get to play attractive sport because it's fast-paced, it's balls on the floor and there's lots of touches. But the other day, we watched the Vietnam versus Indonesia game, and there was a lot of like longer kicks all the time from both teams. And if you use futsal at the younger ages where the ball is on the floor, that doesn't relate to the football where you are going more direct. So how can you use your talents and how can you use the culture to really help the football side of the game instead of having two things which are different?
Great insight. Thank you for the answer. And okay, we don't have more time. I think I will wrap up this session. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for the participation and the question that being asked. As I want to close this session, I just want to say that keep the spirit to improve the sport in Indonesia, and I hope that we can bring the insight and the knowledge that we gained today to a better future of sport in Indonesia. Thank you for your time and see you next time. Okay, I think before we close up, we want to give a little souvenir for you both.